Chapter 171. After waiting for a few minutes, a man walked into the cafe and sat opposite Han Xiao. He was wrapped in a dark green trench coat, wearing a pair of sunglasses and a hat. A scarf was wrapped around his neck, covering the lower half of his face. The man carried a metal suitcase and placed it on the table. He stared at Han Xiao without saying a word. The seller knew that the buyer was Black Phantom, but Han Xiao was a stranger. Han Xiao and the seller stared at each other for a while, confirming each other's identities in silence. Which stranger would not say a word and just stare at each other like idiots? The seller entered the password and opened the briefcase to Han Xiao. There was a small circular device inside the briefcase. All kinds of wires were exposed to the air, and the structure was complicated. In the middle of the device was a bulging cylinder with a black metal shell. There were red lights flashing in the gaps. This was the mini bonfire reaction furnace, an energy core that could automatically generate electricity through solar energy and concentrated fuel. It was an advanced energy branch equipment and also a super equipment. Energy could also be used as fuel to convert into energy. The self-charging battery could save the trouble of recharging, and it was the core material of a mechanical suit. It would be awkward if he had to change the battery in the middle of the battle. Han Xiao touched the device and confirmed that it was not a model. He took out his PDA and paid the seller with his Darknet account. He moved quickly and said, "Run." Han Xiao did not care about the seller's reaction. He grabbed the mini bonfire reaction furnace and threw it into his backpack. He then stood up abruptly, took out the Berserk Eagle, aimed at the surveillance target, and fired continuously. In fact, the moment the transaction was completed, the Audina agents were ready to attack. However, Han Xiao was 1 second faster. The large-caliber steel core bullets jumped out of the gun, and the kinetic energy within a few dozen meters was no less than that of a sniper bullet. The few surveillance agents who were hit flew backward. They were all wearing bulletproof vests and had well-trained bodies, but they were all ordinary soldiers with no energy. Han Xiao was a LV-55 mechanic, and his gun attributes had been specially enhanced. He also had all kinds of affinity skills that increased the power of machines. One shot was all it took to make these surveillance agents lose their ability to fight, heavily injuring them and making them unable to move. The seller did not hesitate and immediately smashed through the floor-to-ceiling window. The glass shards fell to the ground. He ran as fast as he could. His movements were nimble, and every step he took covered a few meters. He was also a superhuman. Han Xiao fled in another direction. Splitting up would allow him to divert the enemy's strength. "Bastard, who are you dealing with?" The commander of Audina was furious. He didn't expect the buyer to be that strong, but he was able to detect the danger in advance. Han Xiao's sudden appearance had messed up the plan. The commander immediately ordered the agents and soldiers to move out. The troops on standby were divided into two groups, one to track the seller and the other Han Xiao. There was a puddle of water on the street. Han Xiao skimmed past quickly, stirring up a large splash. Dense footsteps sounded all around him. Agents appeared from alleys and buildings and fired in his direction. The pedestrians on the street screamed and ran for cover. With the magnetically controlled retractable armor on his body, the bullets bounced off, and sparks flew everywhere. Han Xiao had 2 guns in his hands. While he slid, he shot at the agents who were flipping over, without missing a single shot. Suddenly, Han Xiao felt a stagnation under his feet. The puddle of water had actually reached his calves and slowed him down. The superhuman agents of Audina have made their move. Han Xiao's eyes flashed. The information on the interface had already told him the identity of the enemy. It was an Esper around LV-30. 2 pugilist agents rushed out from the side of the street. While Han Xiao was slowing down, they quickly closed in on him and attacked him with fists and legs wrapped in flames. Han Xiao's expression did not change as the enemy closed in on him. He activated the Sunworm's concentrated spray. Thick orange flames shot out from the bottom of his palm and engulfed the 2 pugilist agents. The continuous damage was very high. The 2 pugilist agents screamed in pain and hurriedly retreated. The flames mixed with the rainwater and turned into a white mist. The steam even sizzled, blocking the vision of the agents. Han Xiao activated the full power of his electromagnetic hoverboots and shredded all the puddles that clung to him. He retreated at high speed and quickly got out of the range of the water manipulation Esper. He did not want to fight with the enemy agents in Ordina's territory. At this time, the sound of engines suddenly sounded. 2 black police cars rushed out from the intersection in front of him. They were rather large and looked like recreational vehicles. They skidded to a stop at the intersection and blocked Han Xiao's path. The wheels splashed up the puddles of water as they moved in an arc, facing Han Xiao from the side. Large caliber guns extended out of the car windows and opened fire at the same time. The flames from the guns were about half a meter long. The bullets expanded in his vision, and Han Xiao was hit head-on. These guns were all large caliber submachine guns. There were also a few shotguns that had a knockback effect. Even with the protection of his armor, he was still slowed down by the kinetic energy of the bullets, and sparks flew everywhere. A new information appeared on the interface. The identity of the enemy was that of the Special Forces of Ordina. Han Xiao hurriedly changed his direction. His skateboard shoes stepped on the buildings on the side of the street and slid past the roofs of 2 RVs. The Special Forces soldiers in the RVs hurriedly got out of their vehicles and opened fire at him. The bullets chased after his expert figure, leaving a row of dense bullet holes on the outer walls of the buildings. Han Xiao took out an explosive grenade, opened the ring with his mouth, and threw it into the middle of the RV. The Special Forces hurriedly dodged, but the sound wave of the grenade ignored all obstacles. The buzzing sound spread, and the Special Forces were knocked out on the spot. Han Xiao turned around, shot the tires of the RV, and left. The surveillance cameras along the way were destroyed by Han Xiao's bullets, but the agents continued to chase after him. Some even took a detour to block his path. In terms of speed, the electromagnetic hoverboots were not as fast as these speeding cars. Han Xiao did not choose to take the main road. The electromagnetic hoverboots could ignore all obstacles, and he could jump over walls and buildings to shake off the pursuers again and again. However, there was always a new car in front of him. Ordina had placed a lot of manpower in these few streets. How can they always find me? Han Xiao had a flash of inspiration. He looked back as he slid and saw 3 unmanned aerial drones in the sky. No wonder the enemy could always follow him. He took out the Red Falcon and destroyed the drones with 3 shots. The commander of the Ordina operation was so angry that he slammed the table. The other team had lost the cellar, and now Han Xiao was the last target. However, the enemy was too difficult to deal with, and the men they had placed couldn't do anything to him. Mag, take him down. After shaking off the last few vehicles, Han Xiao jumped between the buildings. Just as he was about to find a hidden place to change his face and equipment, a spray of bullets suddenly shot out from above and hit him in the back. The small bullets exploded, and thick smoke and flames burst out. Han Xiao was directly blown into the wall. Dust and bricks were scattered all over the ground. The close-range explosion made Han Xiao's ears ring a little. He frowned, shook off the dust on his head, and looked up. A figure was standing on the rooftop, wearing a bulletproof vest. His whole body was covered with waterproof bullet belts, and all kinds of guns were hanging on his body. There were 4 pistols on his waist and thighs, a sniper rifle, and 2 different assault rifles hanging on his back. He was holding a shotgun in his hand, and smoke was coming out of the muzzle. The damage of this shot was beyond the attributes of a normal gun. Han Xiao looked at the interface and was shocked. A cannon master? You have entered combat mode. You have received the following information: Mag Lesler level, 56 class, Agent LV-10, Elite Agent LV-9, Hawkeye LV-11, Novice Mechanic LV-10, Cannon Apprentice LV-10, Cannon Apprentice LV-10, Cannon Apprentice LV-6, Attributes, 54 SDR, 131 DEX, 65 END, 146 INT, 17 MAS, 11 CHA, 13 LUK Health Points, 1900 Energy, 940 Energy Rank, 1-230 Talent, Well Trained, plus 100 Health Tough Physique, plus 400 Health, plus 4% Resistance Sharp Vision, increases vision, increases shooting accuracy by 20%, increases critical rate by 13%. Gun specialist, plus 18% attack when using gun-type weapons. Gun master, increases long-range attack by 1 for every 5 dexterity skills. Explosive shooting LVL 5, slide shooting LVL 4, fireworks LVL 2, ammo pour LVL 3, basic shooting LVL 10, precise shooting LVL 8, recoil strafe LVL 5, Hawkeye lock LVL 1, intermediate gun affinity LVL 8, clip continuation LVL 5. Equipment RX 108 assault rifle. Quality, white, attack 41 to 48. Fire rate 5. 6S, maximum fire rate 8. 9S, effective range 380 meters, magazine capacity 30, energy level 41. Foot butcher assault rifle. Quality, green, attack 71 to 85, fire rate 3. 4S, maximum fire rate 5. 7S, effective range 350 meters, magazine capacity 24, energy level 49. Pox pistol. Quality, white, attack 34 to 40, fire rate 2. 5S, effective range 80 m, magazine capacity 12, power output 28. Hook gun, shoots out a rope with a hook. Range 20 meters. Chapter 172. Mag was a cannon gunner, a branch of the mechanic class. He was an expert in using guns, and his attack power was very high. The stronger the weapon, the more advantage he could bring out. This was Han Xiao's first time fighting a high-level enemy of the same class. The enemy was on the roof, and he was on the ground. Every meter was a natural moat created by a cannon gunner. In the blink of an eye, Han Xiao completed the analysis of the enemy and the surrounding terrain in his mind, and quickly planned his escape route. A level 56 cannon gunner. His attack power is very strong, but his health is very fragile. I have one chance to deal a heavy blow to the enemy, but it's not easy to kill him. Once I'm held back, the enemy's reinforcements will come immediately. I don't have any supplies, and the human wave tactic is not good for me. I have to escape quickly while I'm hurting the enemy. Han Xiao's shoes shone with a blue light, and he slid away with a whoosh. Trying to escape. Mag was expressionless. He had already noticed that Han Xiao's mobility came from his skateboard shoes. He picked up the RX 108 assault rifle and started firing. Every bullet was aimed at Han Xiao's shoes accurately. As long as the shoes were destroyed, the enemy wouldn't be able to escape. However, a layer of magnetically controlled armor quickly covered the skateboard shoes. Sparks flew, and the bullets bounced off. That was close. Han Xiao was slightly shocked. Luckily, he was prepared and reacted in time to block Mag's shots. Otherwise, it would be much more difficult for him to escape if his shoes were destroyed. Taking a hit without retaliating was not Han Xiao's style. As he retreated strategically, he raised both guns to return fire. His accuracy was not inferior to Mag's, and 3 large-caliber steel-core bullets hit Mag's bulletproof vest. Mag shuddered. He wasn't good at stamina, so he could barely withstand the kinetic energy of the bullets. He endured the pain and moved between the buildings with the hook gun, following closely behind Han Xiao. Mag had the advantage of moving on the roof, so he picked up the Tiger Claw shotgun and used an explosive shot to hit Han Xiao again. The force of the explosion blasted Han Xiao into the wall again. Before Han Xiao could pull himself out of the wall, he suddenly felt a sense of danger. Without hesitation, he covered himself in armor. Mag's expression was cold as he stood on the rooftop. He held an assault rifle in each hand, and used slide shot and bullet shower to increase the rate of fire. The barrage of bullets that rained down like a storm pinned Han Xiao against the wall. The holes in the wall were spraying out plumes of lime, and the cracks kept expanding. More or less dead. Mag shot out hundreds of bullets within a few seconds, and all of them hit their targets. He even mixed in a skill. This round was a burst of power. Even if the target didn't die, he would at least be half dead. Dust and ash flew everywhere, making it impossible to see what was going on in the pit. A series of strange noises were heard. Suddenly, an invisible force field erupted from the wall. The rainwater was pushed away, forming an open area. The bullets were also bounced off and scattered all over the sky. Repulsion field drive. Han Xiao made use of the repulsive force to jump out of the hole in the wall. He held the ghost sniper rifle in one hand and aimed it at Mag from afar. The long body of the rifle was like a spear, locking onto Mag's direction. Time seemed to have slowed down. Mag felt a chill down his spine. His intuition told him that the rifle was extremely lethal. He quickly dodged, but before he could do so, Han Xiao had already opened fire. A blue light flashed past. Mag felt an irresistible force in his chest, and he was sent flying. He rolled in the puddles and fell to the other side of the rooftop. He quickly grabbed onto the roof to prevent himself from falling. His chest was in excruciating pain. He looked down and saw blood spurting out from a hole in his right chest. Even his bulletproof vest was pierced through. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. "My lung is pierced." Mag had difficulty breathing. Every time he took a breath, he felt as if his lungs were being scraped back and forth by a steel knife. The pain made him sweat profusely. This shot was even more powerful than when he was at his best. He was horrified. His opponent's explosive power was on par with his trump card, Ordina. Where did this powerhouse come from? He had never seen such a powerhouse before. If he hadn't avoided his vital organs, this shot would have hit his eyes. If he had dodged half a second slower, the consequences would have been. Mag had a lingering fear. His wariness of Han Xiao had reached its peak. "You have destroyed Mag's synthetic ceramic bulletproof vest. You have inflicted 772 points of damage to Mag. Mag is in a moderate bleeding state. He is losing 5 health points per second for 60 seconds. Mag's lung is pierced. Agility minus 10%. Movement minus 15%. This explosive shot was enhanced by Flaming Will and Overload, so the damage was terrifying. Han Xiao panted heavily. Mag's continuous shooting had reduced the durability of his magnetically controlled armor to the warning line of 100 points. This was the first time it was close to being damaged. If it wasn't for the fact that he had strengthened the armor several times, it would have been destroyed with the defense and durability of the original version. Launchers were known for their firepower. If Mag could get a more powerful gun, his attack power would be even more terrifying. Mag was already shocked that Han Xiao was still unharmed after taking a round of shots. If they continued to fight, Han Xiao would definitely win. However, he already heard the sound of engines in the distance. The enemy's reinforcements were coming. This is Ordina's territory. Mag knows my explosive power, so he will definitely fight with me. The most important thing now is to escape. I have already gotten the item, so there is no need for me to fight. As this thought flashed through his mind, Han Xiao turned around and left without hesitation. Mag didn't dare to pursue and fire recklessly like before. He endured the pain and followed from afar, shooting a few shots before finding cover. He was so cautious that he looked like a completely different person. He was really frightened by Han Xiao's shocking shot. Han Xiao was relieved of a lot of pressure. While Mag was afraid, he enhanced his skateboard shoes with Overload and disappeared from Mag's sight in the blink of an eye. Mag couldn't catch up with him. The city's streets and alleys were complicated, so he disappeared without a trace. He quickly called his colleagues to check the city's surveillance, but the other party seemed to have disappeared. The target of the operation was the seller. The seller was very experienced in escaping after being tracked for so many years after being reminded by this buyer. This small mistake caused the agents to lose track of the seller, so Mag could only chase after the buyer. However, not only did he let the final target escape, but he, the ace, was also injured. Anger, depression, and indignation were rolling in his heart. Failing the mission was like a slap to his face. The Ordina agents started to search, but of course, they found nothing. They could only send the battle footage to the intelligence department for analysis. They didn't have much hope at first, but they unexpectedly found someone with a matching combat style. Black Phantom. They don't look the same. The other party might be wearing a human skin mask. That makes sense. Only Black Phantom can disappear from the world like a ghost. In the operation command room, Mag was letting the doctor bandage his wounds with a gloomy expression. He had heard of Black Phantom's name before. As the ace of the intelligence agency, he didn't think much of a lone killer like him. He didn't expect that in this accidental encounter, as the pursuer who had the upper hand, he would be severely injured by Black Phantom and even lose track of the target. Mag felt very embarrassed and brooded over it. Legend is indeed a legend. The Operation Command didn't blame Mag. If the opponent was Black Phantom, failure was acceptable. The problem was, why did Black Phantom come to the Western continent and have a deal with the criminal they were tracking? The higher-ups of the Ordina Intelligence Department took Black Phantom's appearance very seriously. They called a meeting and asked the hacker group to broadcast the source of the information. It was the short call record between Han Xiao and the seller and the location of the rendezvous. Hello. How do you want to hand over the goods? 3 days later. I'll send you the coordinates later. We'll hand over the goods at the same time. Okay, I'll send one of my men to do the handover. The last sentence was the main point. The dealer sent Black Phantom, so the identity of the dealer was obvious. Chapter 173. After Han Xiao escaped from Mag's sight, he took a detour and returned to the route where the cameras were destroyed. He disguised himself, changed his face, and blended into the crowd, successfully getting rid of his pursuers. After changing his appearance, Han Xiao rushed to the border without stopping. As expected, the sentry post was closed, and the special forces and soldiers searched everyone who passed by. I'm so unlucky. I even got beaten up by a bunch of special agents when I was just shopping. Han Xiao cursed his bad luck in his mind. Antonio's words had come true, and he had really run into Ordina's intelligence agency. Based on his performance in battle, Ordina's intelligence agency would probably confirm that he was Black Phantom. There was no other way. In order to escape, he had to give it his all. Ordina's intelligence agency was still very useful. Is it so hard to keep a low profile? Han Xiao felt helpless. Exposing his identity did not affect him much, as his whereabouts were unpredictable. However, he felt like he had tricked someone. This is a small problem. Forget it. At least this time, Han Xiaoxin got the mini bonfire reactor. He was very satisfied. Han Xiao remembered the location of the head of the snake. The sentry post did not affect his smuggling, and he could accept the reasonable increase in the smuggling fee. It was already an hour later when he left the city from a secluded direction in Severus. The rain had stopped, the clouds had dispersed, and the sun was shining brightly. Han Xiao was on his way with his skateboard shoes when he suddenly received a call from Bennett. Why did Ordina's intelligence agency just contact the higher-ups of the organization to denounce us and ask for compensation? What did you do in the Western continent? Bennett was very annoyed. He felt like trouble had fallen from the sky while he was sitting at home. Ordina showed the evidence. Bennett recognized the voice of the person who made the transaction as Han Xiao. He was very annoyed. Who would say that they sent their men over and did it themselves in the end? Even if you want to create confusion, don't make your battle mode so obvious. It's very easy for people to misunderstand you, you old swindler. Well, it's just to keep my identity a secret, but it didn't seem to work. Oh, don't worry, it's not a big deal. I just had a fight with the people from Ordina, took out a few agents, and destroyed a few buildings. Everything else is fine, and Ordina is very hospitable. Speaking of which, the weather here is really bad. It's always raining, and it's gloomy and not bright at all. It's not as comfortable as the southern continent. I like the southern continent, where the weather is nice and the flowers bloom in spring. Bennett was shocked. How did you change the topic to the weather so naturally? Can you be any more rigid in changing the topic? Han Xiao laughed and said, it was an accident. That's all. I still have something to do, so I'll hang up first. UF*K. Before Bennett could finish his sentence, Han Xiao quickly hung up the phone and wiped the non-existent cold sweat off his forehead. He murmured, what a mistake. I didn't expect Ordina to be so angry. Is there a need to, link, complete? You have gained 65,000 EXP. You have completed the hidden requirement. Stop Mag and help the mysterious merchant escape within 3 minutes. Han Xiao raised an eyebrow. So that's the hidden requirement. Luckily, I didn't ask the seller to cover for me. At that time, he actually had 2 ideas. One was to protect himself. Since the target was not him, he could have let the seller attract the attention of the other party. However, Han Xiao chose the other option, which was to remind the seller to run first. Seems like I made the right choice. Han Xiao smiled. The reward shouldn't be EXP. I have a player baby now, so I don't need EXP that much. You have received a special reward, character summon card, Dion. LV30 special dungeon crystal, Alina infiltration plan, plus 30 Dion favorability. Tradable. Dion. Han Xiao frowned and thought for a while. Then, his eyes lit up. He remembered. This was a mysterious NPC on the Blue Star. He had a mysterious power hidden under the water. He was very low-key, and he bought and sold all kinds of rare materials. He was a hidden shop, and there were no fixed missions for the players to encounter him. They could only rely on the goddess of luck. However, even if the players encountered a mission, they would miss the opportunity if they didn't complete the hidden requirement. For example, when the goddess of luck lifted her skirt, the players thought they could see the holy light, but she lifted her skirt and kicked the players to the ground. He's the buyer this time. Han Xiao was pleasantly surprised. His phone rang again. He looked at the number and saw that it was the seller. A hacker bugged my phone. I've already dealt with it. I won't leak any more secrets. I got you involved this time. I heard that Mag was sent to Ordina. If you didn't warn me, I might not have been able to escape. I owe you a favor. Since you called, it means that you want to return the favor. Han Xiao pretended to be mysterious, but he was laughing in his heart. After knowing the seller's background, he suddenly felt more confident. Dean, you can call me that, the seller said. I don't do business with new customers, but you're an exception. I'll give you a 20% discount. Only 20%. Han Xiao raised his voice. Can you give me more? Dean was shocked by Han Xiao's shamelessness. He wondered why a legendary killer didn't have a mysterious style. After a moment of silence, he said, 20% is quite a lot. TSK. Dean didn't continue the conversation. He felt that he would be led astray if he continued to talk about it. Han Xiao soon received a message. It was a list of Dean's products. There were all kinds of rare things. He remembered that some of them were confidential research of the 6 nations. There were also advanced machines. The bonfire was one of them. There were also a few nanomachines that Lei Zhan you had shown before. Lei Zhan you had also made a deal with Dean before. Han Xiao was overjoyed. He could buy some new modules to assemble the mecha. The players in the 2 newbie villages in the Western continent had given him a lot of money. He could spend it freely. After quickly choosing a few machines, Han Xiao asked, how do you want to trade? It's still a meeting. This time, I'll give you a position in the wilderness 3 days later. I'll get someone to pass the items to you. My identity is more sensitive. For safety reasons, please understand that I don't want to do it personally. Han Xiaoxin was satisfied. His mecha was only 1 step away. As long as the new batch of materials arrived, he would be able to complete the assembly. After hanging up, Han Xiao focused on the 2 special rewards. They were Dean's character summon card and a level 30 rare dungeon crystal. Character summon card, Dean ability, you can't see me, D, weakens the sense of presence. Causes perception deviation to any objects, including inanimate objects, that can see the user. Lasts 3 to 8 minutes. If the user attacks or is attacked, the status will be removed. Only those with INT or MYS higher than 180 will be immune. Usage count, 02. It's not a psychic esper ability or pure invisibility. It's an esper ability that changes with the environment. For example, if thermal imaging can see him, then his esper ability can hide his body heat. The other observation methods follow the same principle. What a rare esper ability. Chapter 174. Han Xiao looked at the other item. LV30 Special Dungeon Crystal, Alina Infiltration Plan. Introduction. Alina is Ordina's secret research facility. A few years ago, Dean bypassed the security and stole Ordina's military secrets. This will be your test. Dungeon type: time reversal. Dungeon current number of players cleared, 0. Fastest time cleared, 000000. Record holder: none. Only those who entered the dungeon would know the mission of the dungeon. Han Xiao guessed that the mission was to enter Dean's perspective and steal the secrets repeatedly. The dungeon crystal was risky, so Han Xiao decided not to use it. He stored it in the interface and might be able to sell it to the players in the future. 3 days later, at the designated meeting point in a small valley in the wilderness, 2 of Dean's masked subordinates were waiting. Han Xiao paid and received the goods on the spot. The process went smoothly. After returning to the transport plane, Han Xiao opened the metal box that he had just received. It was filled with the materials he had just bought. U9 colloidal bulletproof film. Its function had already been explained. Vein biological transmission wire. It increased energy efficiency and power output. It could be used to slightly increase the basic attributes of the mech. Rapid injection module. It could be used as a built-in mech to inject some medicine, such as healing potions, hormones, and so on. Han Xiao also bought some painkillers. With all the materials, Han Xiao had learned enough blueprints. He decided to go into seclusion to create his own mech. In order not to be distracted, Han Xiao parked the plane at a secret location and suspended all other activities. 5 days later, Han Xiao rubbed the dark circles under his eyes. Looking at the finished product on the workbench, he revealed a relieved and relaxed smile. It's done. Successful. You have created your own blueprint. Please name the blueprint, Han Xiao muttered to himself. This lightweight mech was an imitation of the Viper mech. Many of the modules and functions were different from the original. He had changed a lot of things and thought of a suitable name. Naming successful. You have received the blueprint, Lightweight Mech Viper Modified. That's a good name. Han Xiao was satisfied. Viper's modified appearance was a pure black combat suit. The chest, abdominal muscles, thighs, and back were embedded with a thin layer of silver-gray platinum alloy as the outer layer of armor. Below the neck, in the center of the back, there was a circular space in the armor where a small bonfire reactor was embedded. It shone with a faint red light, and the gaps of the armor were filled with a thin layer of U9 colloidal bulletproof membrane. Its defensive capabilities were extremely high. The inner lining of the combat suit was filled with PE0 fibers, woven into muscle lines to increase strength. From the transparent bulletproof membrane, one could see that the lines of the black combat suit were similar to human muscles. The helmet was an integrated visor, and the mouthpart was similar to a black metal mask. The material was breathable, and it was equipped with an air filter device. From the user's perspective, it was a tactical goggles and a panoramic analysis screen. All sorts of scanning data were listed on it, and the changes in the surrounding environment and the battlefield were clear at a glance. There were also various small weapon modules installed on the mech: Viper, Modified, Type, Battle Uniformed Light Mech Rarity, White Basic Attributes, 5/605 600 Armor, 137 Defense, 578 Power Level, 2/602, 600 Energy Height, 1/82 m Weight, 108 Pound Control Method, Human Body Control plus Low-Level Smart Chip Energy Source, Small Bonfire Reactor, Auto Recharge, restores 20 energy points per minute. If energy is used as fuel, energy consumption, 10s, energy recovery, 6s standby mode consumption, 12 energy minute battle mode consumption, 28 energy minute core power output, 421 600 skeleton module, PE0 nanosynthetic fiber, biochemical tendon inner skeleton, muscle strength can be strengthened according to the user's movements. Muscles harden when under attack, increasing physical performance. Plus 38 SDR, plus 25 DEX, plus 12 defense power output armor module, platinum alloy plate, plus 1800 armor, plus 30 defense, non-power output armor module, U9 colloidal bulletproof membrane, plus 2400 armor, plus 45 defense, non-power output outer layer module, optical camouflage, able to refract light to a certain extent. Power output, 20i module, electromagnetic scanning, thermal imaging, and night vision in one. Internal tactical holographic observation screen, power output, 25 right palm module, thermal incisor gauntlet, inflicts high temperature damage over time. Energy consumption, 1, 2s, OP output, 94, power output, 50 left palm module, thermal incisor gauntlet, as above right wrist module, sunworm small flamethrower, energy consumption, 1s, OP output, 98, power output, 45 left wrist module. Repulsive field driver, guided type, releases repulsive waves in a 150-degree direction. Range, 20 meters. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Each use, 10 energy consumption, 60 leg module, electromagnetic-powered hovering boots, energy consumption, 5 per minute, power output, 30 system module, body condition monitor, power output, 5 system module, smart fire control system, assist in aiming and shooting, power output, 5 system module, target analysis database, power output, 5 accessory module, rapid injection needle, equipped with painkiller, power output, 10 accessory module, small spider detector X8, none power output accessory module. Electromagnetic pulse controller, grants, excited, status, plus 5% to all attributes for 15 minutes. Each use, 5 energy consumption, 10 accessory module, SUI anti-radar coating, none power output accessory module, small radar, power output, 18 accessory module, air filtration device, comes with oxygen storage function, can be independently supplied for 15 minutes, power output, 8 accessory module, thermostat device, power output, 10 additional ability, strong performance, distributes energy to the biochemical tendons in battle mode, generating more power. Plus 40 SDR, plus 20 DEX additional ability, high toughness, uses platinum alloy and U9 colloidal bulletproof film, corrosion resistance, high temperature resistance. Remark, a successful replica. He could see the detailed information of the various modules by clicking on them, and he knew them all. Finally, the mechanical suit is done. Han Xiao was excited. He had almost 200,000 experience points. Viper modification mainly increased the individual strength of the soldiers. It was equipped with small weapon modules, such as the thermal incisor gauntlet, sunworm, repulsive field, and so on. The power output was not full yet, but there would be more suitable modules in the future. Viper modification increased Han Xiao's combat power to a whole new level, and it did not hinder him from using all kinds of guns, grenades, and other weapons. This mechanical suit was the second set of battle tactics. It provided more protection and increased his overall attributes. If he activated battle mode, the increase in strength would be even greater than his own attributes. He had the sniper style for long-range attacks and the mechanical suit for close-range attacks. Viper modification was very light and could be folded into a metal box to carry around. When he was not wearing the mechanical suit, he had the magnetic armor to protect himself. I need to test my actual combat power. Han Xiao decided on his next destination. He was going directly to the site of the tragedy of Robert Potter. Killing that beast boss was also part of his plan. The site of the tragedy of Robert Potter was now a forbidden area occupied by wild beasts. The mutated virus had strengthened the wild beasts in this area. This virus was called the death virus. On the barren brown land, a group of mutated rhinoceroses galloped past. They were huge, had bulging muscles, and hideous bone spikes like armor. The cone-shaped horns on their heads shone with a metallic luster. In the sky, a giant python with 4 pairs of bat wings flew across the sky and pounced on a corpse. On the ground beside the corpse, a blue flower swaying in the wind suddenly expanded into an abyss-like mouth. It swallowed the giant python in one gulp and then resumed its harmless disguise. The wild beasts here have all mutated. At the edge of the forbidden area, Yang Dian and Ned observed the situation with binoculars. They were 2 solo superheroes who had received a request to enter the forbidden area to search for a trapped civilian exploration team. This civilian exploration team was in danger because they were investigating the source of the virus. In the eyes of the two, They were very noble and accepted their employer's request without hesitation. Originally, there was slight radiation in the Robert Potter area. This is also the reason for the mutation of the death virus, Ned said. According to the map of the exploration team before they went missing in a valley, some distance away from us. There are many unknown dangers in there. We have to be careful. Chapter 175. On the other side of the Forbidden Zone, Han Xiao had arrived at his destination. The air was filled with an unpleasant stench of rot and slight toxins. The plants on the ground were all deformed. The range is a bit big. I don't know the location of the boss Beast King. Han Xiao put down the metal box in his hand and opened it. He quickly put on the modified Viper mech and observed the outside world through the holographic screen. Usually, it was the same as normal vision and could be zoomed in and out at any time. There were also various scanning modules on the screen, giving him a more detailed understanding of his surroundings. There was also a radar on the top left corner of the screen. The small radar could detect life signals within a kilometer in diameter and could reach up to 3 kilometers in power. The scanning and analysis module could analyze the traces on the ground and analyze what creatures had passed by a certain period of time. It could also analyze and record some unknown things and record them into the database. The filter made the rotten air fresh. Han Xiao could hear his own breathing. The thermostat of the mech made him very comfortable and not stuffy at all. He carried firearms and some grenades, which were all fixed to the rails of the mech. Fully armed, they did not affect his movements. Han Xiao moved his arms and legs and familiarized himself with the controls of the mech. With a spring of his legs, he jumped nearly 10 meters and entered the Forbidden Zone. He was now in standby mode. The bonfire reaction furnace recovered more energy than it consumed, so it was always at full power. The radar was always on. As long as there was a strong life signal, it could be the Beast King. Because the Beast King was not fixed every time, Han Xiao was not sure what species it was. After running for 5 minutes, more than 10 life signals appeared. Han Xiao used the password to adjust the zoom in and out of his vision. The scanning mirror in his eyes was enlarged like a sniper scope. The current control mode did not have a neural link, so he needed to use language to control various functions. The smart chip could analyze such simple commands, and Han Xiao also set up voice recognition. It could only recognize his voice and use it as a command, others could not use it. A few hundred meters away, more than 10 giraffe-like beasts were resting. The ferocious bone spurs on their bodies showed that they were not docile at all. A few of the largest giraffes raised their heads and looked in his direction. They seemed to have discovered him. Stealth mode. The optical camouflage was activated. The surface of the mech became the color of the surrounding environment. It was like a chameleon. At first glance, it was impossible to find anything unusual. The gaps of the mech were sealed, so not a trace of smell leaked out. The giraffes shook their heads, but they didn't find him, so they lay down again. Enemies with high enough levels would be able to see through his concealment, but this group of wild beasts was still far from it. Han Xiao continued to move forward, searching for his target. 2 hours later, he had scanned dozens of mutated animals and plants and recorded them into the database. He also fought a few wild beasts with different signal strengths to enrich the data and determine the approximate level of each signal strength. The highest level wild beasts he had encountered so far were a group of level 42 wolf-like mastiffs. They were not the target he was looking for. The sky darkened. The Forbidden Zone was even more dangerous at night. All kinds of beast howls could be heard from different directions. Without a mech, the night in the Forbidden Zone was indeed very dangerous. However, the night could increase Viper's concealment ability and seal off his own scent and sound. He was like a rock, inconspicuous. I haven't found the target yet. Han Xiao leaned against a huge rock and loaded yellow bullets into the magazine. His field of vision was changed to night vision. The database had recorded the areas he had been to. The possibility of the Beast King entrenched in the center of the Forbidden Zone was higher. That was the ruins of La Perte. The closer he was to the center of the Forbidden Zone, the more likely he would encounter wild beasts. Han Xiao gave a command. The leg armor on his calf suddenly opened up. There was a small space inside which stored some mini spider detectors. Han Xiao activated the spider detectors and had them disperse to the center. Everything they saw would be reflected in his field of vision. The spider detectors shook their heads and left at a fast speed. After a while, Han Xiao also saw the situation in the center through the spider detector's cameras. He saw many ferocious wild beasts passing by. Suddenly, the image reflected by spider number 1 shook slightly. There was also the sound of violent collisions from afar. He saw that the wild beasts were gathering in a certain direction. Spider number 1 climbed onto the back of a boar and followed them. The image showed 2 supers being chased by all kinds of wild beasts. One of them was an esper who could release white shockwaves with his hands. The shockwaves were quite powerful, and they repelled the wild beasts that approached them time and time again. However, the sound it made attracted more wild beasts. It was a vicious cycle. There are others in the forbidden zone? Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. The next moment, he saw a 5-meter-tall, 10-meter-long giant white lion appear. Wherever it passed, the other beasts avoided it in fear. Those that did not avoid it were bitten to death by this giant white lion, crushing a path through the crowd of beasts. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. This was most likely the Beast King. Yang Dian and Ned were running for their lives. They were out of breath, and their lungs were burning. Behind them were hundreds of mutated beasts and a giant white lion whose aura was so terrifying that they couldn't even muster up the will to fight. It's all because of your esper ability. The sound attracted the wild beasts, Yang Dian said angrily. Ned slapped his palm backward, and a white shockwave spread out, pushing back the approaching beasts again. Hearing that, he said angrily, "Shut up. If it weren't for your carelessness, we could have sneaked past that pack of wolves. Stop talking nonsense. What should we do now?" Yang Dian took out his tablet to browse the map while running. "We are approaching the center of the forbidden zone. It's very dangerous. Quickly change directions." The 2 of them quickly changed directions. The wild beasts were chasing them, and the giant white lion was the closest to them. Ned's shockwaves could only stop it for a moment. It could not even make the white lion retreat. Ned was sweating profusely, and his energy was running out. This time, a broken wall suddenly appeared in front of them. There was a crack at the bottom that was just big enough for a human to roll in. The 2 of them were overjoyed. "Hide in there." Suddenly, Ned realized that a giant shadow was rapidly expanding under his feet. He turned around in shock. The white lion jumped into the air and slapped down with its giant claws. The wind was so strong that Ned could not even open his eyes. The pressure almost suffocated him. "You go first," Yang Dian yelled. He pushed Ned away and threw a punch at the incoming claw. Thick blue flames wrapped around his arm. He was a martial artist. His body was strong, and he could take more hits than Ned. He thought that it should not be a problem for him to block this attack. The fist and the claw crashed into each other. A series of cracking sounds were heard. Yang Dian's arm was fractured, and a few of his ribs were also broken by the shockwaves. He spat out a mouthful of blood and flew dozens of meters away like a small stone. He plowed a hole in the ground, and blood flowed out of his mouth and nose. Ned hurriedly pulled him into the crack. The claw that followed dug into the crack, and rocks flew everywhere. The 2 of them almost could not escape. Such terrifying strength. Yang Dian was in so much pain that his face twitched. He, a powerful martial artist, was severely injured by a single attack. This lion's strength was shocking. Ned was even more shocked. He knew how strong his companion was, but he could not even take a single hit from the white lion. This time, they were doomed. Surrounded by wild beasts, the 2 of them had no choice but to rely on the crack to survive. They would die if they stuck their heads out. The wild beasts could not squeeze in. They dug into the crack with their claws, trying to dig a bigger hole. The sounds of collisions made the 2 of them shudder. Yang Dian took out bandages and ointment to treat his wounds. They might have to fight to the death next, so he could only endure the pain and recover. Beside him, Ned was also using all his strength to recover. Chapter 176. The beasts are starting to kill each other. Both of them were overjoyed and decided to wait and see. The battle between the beasts lasted for more than half an hour, leaving behind corpses all over the ground. The white lion was the final winner. The blood of the other beasts stained its white fur. It stood majestically in front of the crack and roared at the remaining beasts. Its roar was as loud as thunder, indicating that it was its prey. The beasts all turned around and retreated, leaving the prey to the king. Although the beasts had left, the most powerful white lion was still guarding outside. The crack was dug open, and the hole gradually expanded. Soon, the two would not be able to hide anymore. Their hearts sank to the bottom of the valley. Ned pursed his lips and said with a serious expression, "You're too heavily injured. You go and be the bait. I might be able to survive." Yang Dian looked down at his heavily injured body and said helplessly, "I can't escape. It's better to have one dead than all dead. If you can survive, remember to take care of my family. Don't worry. I'll raise your children and take care of your wife." They looked at each other and fell silent for a while. Suddenly, they smiled bitterly. "Stop talking nonsense. If we die together." Yang Dian struggled to stand up and said with a hoarse voice, "Let's fight." Ned nodded. His hands lit up with white light, ready to attack. Just as the two of them were about to rush out of the crack and fight to the death, a blue light suddenly swept across the night sky and hit the white lion's left eye. The eyeball exploded with a bang, and blood splattered everywhere. Only then did the two of them hear the faint sound of a gunshot. The white lion roared and rushed toward the direction of the gunshot like a madman. The two of them were shocked, then overjoyed. Someone's helping. 500 meters away, Han Xiao was lying on the ground, holding the ghost sniper rifle. The circuit on the rifle was glowing with blue light. Through the scope, he saw the white lion's left eye drenched in blood and rushing toward him. This shot was enhanced by Flaming Will. His luck was not bad, and the damage was two times. Together with Overload, Critical Hit, and Sneak Attack Critical Hit, the actual damage was 1,800 point. It was the highest damage he had ever dealt. However, the white lion was still alive and kicking. Han Xiao looked at the interface. This white lion was indeed a beast king. Its real name was Mutant White Lion King. It was a level 56 wild beast and had many molding abilities of wild beasts. Its HP was over 18,000, and this shot had only shaved off 1/9 of its HP. It also had the debuff of vision loss. Mutant White Lion King level, 56 HP, 157241870 status, minus 50% vision, moderate bleeding stats, 135 SDR, 126 DEX, 240 END, 30 INT, 22 MYS, 31 CHA, 24 LUK. Its attributes were very high, and it also had many talents and skills. Among them, there was a very dangerous molding skill called Fury. As its HP decreased, it would greatly increase its movement speed, and attack power. This was a boss that should have been dealt with by a small team. Han Xiao was here alone. With the capabilities of the mecha, he could reduce the risk. Han Xiao got up and slid backward, firing continuously with his sniper rifle. Although he was wearing Viper, he would not directly engage in close combat. Coordination was the way to go. The combination of sniping and the mecha gave him an advantage in both close and ranged combat. The mecha's scanning module showed the surrounding terrain. Han Xiao did not need to look back. The mecha automatically retreated along the best route, so he could focus on dealing damage. After kiting for a while, Han Xiao emptied all the bullets of the Red Falcon and Berserk Eagle. The mutant White Lion King was finally within a few dozen meters. He stopped retreating and rushed forward. "Switch to combat mode," Han Xiao yelled. The bonfire reactor on his back lit up and buzzed. Electricity was transmitted through the bioelectric wires. The muscles of the mecha suddenly expanded, and more power burst out. As he clenched his fist, he could feel the tyrannical power in the mecha. The additional attributes of the mecha almost doubled his strength and dexterity. Yang Dian and Ned saw from afar that Han Xiao was about to clash head-on with the White Lion King. They were shocked and quickly shouted, "Dodge! Don't engage in close combat with him." This mysterious man in the mecha was here to save them. He was their hope. The scene of Yang Dian being crushed was still fresh in their minds. This mysterious man was very likely to repeat the same mistake. Such a small human actually chose to clash head-on with such a huge beast. It was like hitting a rock with an egg. The collision between a human and a lion would definitely result in a crushing scene. The two could not bear to see this scene. However, the mysterious man was not sent flying as they expected. Instead, the White Lion King roared in pain. The huge White Lion King was actually pushed back, and half of Han Xiao's body was buried in the ground. Their strength was actually on par. Han Xiao's weight was smaller. He channeled his strength into the ground, so he was not sent flying. He exerted force in his legs and suddenly bounced up from the ground. His leg hit the White Lion King's head like a whip, creating a loud bang and creating ripples in the air. The White Lion King's skull was obviously deformed. Its huge body actually rolled out and landed heavily on the ground. Oh my god! Yang Dian and Ned were stunned by this scene. The difference in size between the two was dozens of times. The terrifying White Lion King actually lost to the mysterious man in terms of strength. Yang Dian's throat was dry. This scene was too shocking. What he could not do did not mean that others could not. He had fought some stronger martial artists before, and he felt that none of them were on par with the White Lion King. However, this mysterious man was so strong. What kind of mecha is that? I've never heard of it. Yang Dian was shocked. Ned's eyes widened. Could it be the secret research of some big organization's laboratory? In battle mode, Viper gave Han Xiao 78 points of strength and 45 points of dexterity. Han Xiao's strength and dexterity attributes were higher than the White Lion King's and comparable to a martial artist of the same level. What was more terrifying was that his overload could increase the attributes of Viper. Han Xiao had noticed Yang Dian and Ned long ago. He did not know what they were, so he did not bother with them. He controlled the mecha and fought with the mutant White Lion King. Every punch and kick had extremely high strength damage. The bonfire reactor continuously provided energy, and the tall armor blocked the White Lion King's attacks. It was a waste to use only his fists and kicks. Han Xiao activated the thermoelectric incisor gauntlets, which had burn damage and left horrifying burns. The sunworm spewed out flames and ignited the White Lion King's beautiful fur, burning it black. It was a tragic scene. The man and the lion fought like wild beasts. The ground became bumpy. The two people in the distance felt the tremors like an earthquake and watched this fierce battle in shock. Han Xiao was small and agile, so he had the upper hand. Although the White Lion King's attacks were getting fiercer and fiercer, Han Xiao was able to dodge most of them. Even if he hit the White Lion King, he could not break through the armor of the mecha. Yang Dian and Ned wanted to help, but they realized that they could not. If they helped recklessly, they might even become a burden. Furthermore, they could not bring themselves to abandon their reinforcements and run away. They could only watch nervously from the side, feeling extremely helpless. At the same time, the two of them were very surprised by Han Xiao's mecha. They had never heard of any country developing such a powerful single combat equipment. Blue Star's mecha research had been progressing very slowly. It was rumored that only Theseus had a prototype exoskeleton mecha. However, it was extremely cumbersome and could not increase the user's physical performance. The level of this mysterious mecha was beyond their knowledge. In a galactic civilization, single combat mechas were the standard equipment of ordinary soldiers. To reduce the gap between them and supers, mechas were also very cost-effective weapons for the players. Chapter 177. The White Lion King leaped up and used its ability to kill. The wind was close to his head, but Han Xiao's expression did not change. He aimed his arm at the sky and activated the repulsive field driver. An invisible repulsive wave shot out from his wrist, and the White Lion King was pushed up into the air, landing heavily on the ground. Han Xiao activated many modules, and the energy of the mechanical suit slowly decreased. After countless punches, the White Lion King's health dropped to about 30%. The White Lion King roared at the sky, and its skin turned blood red. It entered a stronger state of rage. If it were a player, it would be entering the second stage. Han Xiao felt the pressure suddenly increase. It's best not to fight head-on in rage. Han Xiao chose to avoid it and retreated. Being able to fight and run was his battle style. After chasing for a while, the White Lion King slowed down and showed signs of fatigue. At this time, the cooldown of Flaming Will was over. Han Xiao picked up the ghost sniper rifle and fired at the other eye of the mutant White Lion King. This was the highest multiplier of Flaming Will, 1 times. Oh my god. With one shot, the remaining eye exploded. The White Lion King was heavily injured and fell into the dust, unable to move. It only had a few hundred health points left. It's dead. Han Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. The modified version of Viper was much more powerful than he had expected. It made up for the weakness of the mechanic's physical attributes, and it was more reliable in close combat. Furthermore, it was very comprehensive. Viper was the cornerstone of the second battle plan. Just like how the sniper style was slowly taking shape, the mechanical suit also needed to be perfected with new modules. It was currently just a prototype. This battle was a practical test. Han Xiao secretly analyzed the direction of the modification of the mechanical suit. There was room for improvement in long range, close combat, and stealth. Han Xiao finished off the White Lion King, took out his retractable knife, and dug out the heart of the mutant White Lion King. It was the size of a basketball and covered in purple blood vessels. You have received special item, Mutant Heart. X1 You have triggered the mission, Virus Research. Mission Introduction. All the beasts in this area are infected by the death virus. Some organizations need samples that are strong enough for research. That's right, I'm talking about the heart in your hand. Mission requirements: deliver the mutated heart to the Louis Institute of Biological Research within 7 days. Reward: 1 death virus potion. This quest was an additional reward triggered by the heart. Handing over the heart would grant a potion that permanently increased one's attributes. There was also a chance to awaken a rare talent. In Shifeng's previous life, every time a Beast King boss spawned in the Laubert area, it would be hunted down and killed by players within a few hours. Because the potion made from the death virus could be used repeatedly, the large guilds had always occupied the area to farm these monsters. The Louis Biological Research Institute was a public large-scale biological research institute. Players could use all sorts of strange materials to exchange for the same strange potions. Some of the potions were sold openly, and it was located in Maple. Han Xiao took out the prepared liquid nitrogen metal box and put the lion's heart inside. At this time, Yang Dian and Ned walked up hesitantly as they heard footsteps. Thank you for your help. Yang Dian studied Viper's modified visor curiously. Unfortunately, he couldn't see Han Xiao's face. Han Xiao didn't say anything. He checked his ammo and armor, then got up and left. The smell of blood here would attract wild beasts. He needed to find a place to rest quickly. The two of them looked at each other awkwardly and understood each other's intentions. They hurriedly caught up to Han Xiao, introduced themselves, and said hopefully, "We came to the Robert Forbidden Zone to save an exploration team." In order to solve the problem of the virus, they entered deep into the Robert Forbidden Zone alone and have lost contact with them. We hope you can help us. You have triggered a Level D mission, save the exploration team. Do you accept? Reject. Han Xiao waved his hand and adjusted his voice to a synthetic voice. Don't bother me. The success rate of saving people was too low. The longer they stayed in the area, the more danger they would be in. Han Xiao's only goal was the mutated heart. He had already completed his goal, so there was no need to waste time. He didn't want to be led by the nose by the mission. They're in danger because of the virus. How can you leave them in the lurch? Ned said anxiously. Han Xiao activated his hover boots and left. His meaning was clear. You can do whatever you want, but don't involve me. The two of them watched helplessly as Han Xiao left. Not everyone was as kind as them. The two understood that, but they could only regret that they had lost a powerful helper. After leaving the Laubert Forbidden Area, Han Xiao returned to the transport plane parked far away. He took off his mechanical suit and heaved a sigh of relief. Viper's performance was excellent. He was very satisfied with the results. The plane took off, and the next stop was Maple. Contact Louis Research Institution, exchange the heart for medicine, and complete the threat mission. The contact of the Blood Pact Society was also in Maple. Han Xiao looked at the mission brief on the computer. My contacts are 2 assassins. This name sounds familiar. Golden Fox. I think I've seen it somewhere. Han Xiao raised an eyebrow but didn't think much of it. He opened the forums and focused on the problems of the players. There were still 2 novice villages left in the Western continent, and the newbies there were crying piteously for food. The average level of the players was almost LV10. At this stage in Han Xiao's previous life, they had already started to leave the novice villages on a large scale. However, because of Han Xiao's existence, a portion of the players obediently stayed in the novice villages, waiting for Han Xiao's arrival. This felt great. His actions had indirectly influenced the behavior of the players. It was all thanks to his actions during this period of time that he had gained a certain amount of influence among the players. Looking at the forums, a few new posts caught his attention. Most of the people who posted were players from the Andrea continent, complaining. Please ask, why did the Germinal organization come to the novice villages to capture people? I've been brainwashed. My faction is locked, and even my favorability is gone. How did this happen? The NPC cut me into pieces and asked me about my background. Me too. Is this an unexpected plot? But I don't have any interface notifications. The players recorded the actions of the Germinal organization in the novice villages. The fully armed Germinal organization soldiers handcuffed the players one by one. Some players resisted, and the Germinal organization soldiers shot them directly. The bullets were tranquilizers. A bunch of players were handcuffed and sat in the carriage. It was very crowded. Only the railings of the carriage door could see the outside world. It was like a prison cell. Then, these players were brought to the Germinal organization bases. On the Andrea continent, the Germinal organization bases were not as secretive as the bases in the other 3 continents. Every base of the headquarters was very large, ostentatious, and heavily guarded. The land of the Andrea continent was bare and brown. If one looked down from a satellite, they would see that the Germinal organization bases were black areas scattered on the yellow land, like infected patches. This abandoned continent was full of radiation and dust, and life was withering. The Germinal organization took over many old country ruins and inherited many facilities, including the former military forbidden zones. The inhuman incident has begun. Han Xiao's eyes flashed. He had experienced this incident in his previous life. It had caused a lot of discussion among the players, and it was the hottest topic at that time. The curiosity of the NPCs toward the players was the core attraction of Galaxy. The existence of the players was a part of the story. Every novice planet showed different attitudes toward the players, and now, Blue Star was the earliest sign of this incident. In the past, Han Xiao watched the show as a player. Now that he had a different perspective, he felt that he should be able to see something else. I made the Germinal organization lose all of their bases. Fewer players will join their faction. The Germinal organization will probably realize how big of a loss they have suffered. He felt very happy when he imagined the scene of the leader being angry. Turning on the computer, Han Xiao browsed the information on the darknet. The existence of the players had been noticed by more forces. The natives of Blue Star were surprised by this group of uninvited guests. I think the 6 nations will take action soon. This way, the expedition war will be delayed for a while, but it will be much earlier than in my previous life. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. There were pros and cons to bringing forward the war. The good thing was that the players had not grown up yet. When the 6 nations and the Germinal organization clashed head-on, the role of the players would be greatly reduced, and there would be fewer unexpected factors. With the 6 nations' strength, as long as the players did not cause trouble, they would be able to beat the Germinal organization. Chapter 178. Star Dragon Capital, West Capital, Division 13 Headquarters, underground of the Dragon Horn Building. Jiu Hui, the deputy director, and the 13 directors gathered in a secret meeting room. Jiu Hui pressed a button on the table, and the door was sealed. The windows were closed, and all surveillance equipment was disabled. Jiu Hui's expression was serious. He distributed the paper files to all the members in the meeting. They were stamped with the seal of the highest authority, which meant that this was confidential information that had been reviewed by the highest authority. It contained the observation of the inhuman phenomenon. 5 days ago, there was a rumor about the existence of inhumans on the darknet. After investigation, it has been confirmed that it is not a rumor. The files are very clear that the inhuman phenomenon is spreading like a virus in all the continents. They appear out of nowhere, and their origins are unknown. According to the information circulating on the darknet, the inhumans have the following characteristics. Jiu Hui explained. It was similar to the preliminary research of the germinal organization. They could disappear into thin air and would not die. He also added, according to the observation, the inhumans are generally not strong, and the threat is considered low. But if we don't stop the inhuman phenomenon, it might spread like an epidemic and become a disaster, someone said in a low voice. Jiu Hui nodded. The highest authority has given the order to contact these inhumans. This is the most important mission now. Then what about the expedition? The resources have been gathered, and the army is ready. We can go to Andrea at any time. The highest authority has reached a consensus with the leaders of the other countries to stop the expedition and find out what the inhuman phenomenon is. This is related to a greater security risk. Jiu Hui knocked on the table and looked at everyone seriously. Let our people bring some inhumans back. It's best to be friendly when we don't know their origins. The field director said, some agents have infiltrated Andrea. Should we call them back? No. Let them continue to spy. We have enough manpower in the country, Jiu Hui said. When we have a conclusion, maybe the highest authority will try to ask for help from the galactic civilizations to find an answer. As the level of the players increased, their behavior became more active, which attracted the attention of various organizations. The Six Nations, the Wanderers, the Darknet, and the large financial groups were all paying attention to the inhuman phenomenon. They sent people to contact them with different attitudes, either gentle or cold. Only the germinal organization was the most extreme. They captured the players of Andrea and forced the players in the novice village to leave the novice village early. In fact, the players did not really care which faction they joined, but if they were forced to, they would be conflicted. The germinal organization did not leave a good impression on the players. As for the players who were captured, they could only accept their fate. The players of the Andrea continent lived a hard life every day, and their gaming experience was terrible. However, this phenomenon surprised the players. Why would the NPCs be surprised by their existence? They were not rigid at all, and seemed like real people. More factions began to contact the players, and more players encountered similar situations. Their interest was immediately piqued, and they actively speculated on the forums, suppressing the popularity of other topics. The players from the other novice planets had not encountered a similar situation yet. They all flocked to the Blue Star board to watch the show, and their traffic jumped to the highest among all the novice planets. There were hundreds of new posts every second. The enthusiasm of the players was phenomenal. All sorts of speculations emerged. Speculations similar to Electrolux's were put forward. This was the most reasonable explanation to the public, but the game officials did not make any announcements. The players could only guess blindly. Many players had their imaginations running wild. Actually, we are all samsara travelers. We are opening up a new world in the god space. Number A12651 reporting for duty. Nonsense. We are the expeditionary force of Earth to invade another dimension. We have a great mission. Earth Federation's 798th Space Fleet Lieutenant He Da Zhuang is on standby. Earth will win. You are all wrong. This is actually the real world. Earth is just a dream. Humph, young people, everything is set up by the elders. You are too naive. Hehe, This is the first step of Skynet's rule over humanity. One day, our consciousness will be trapped in the game. Long live Hydra. The person above is in the wrong place. Sigh. I am a retired soldier from the 1999 battle. Now that I think about it, it was a dark time. The person above is in good shape. You are still playing virtual online games at such an old age. All sorts of speculations formed a trend on the forums. The players had their imaginations running wild, laughing and joking, and it became a meme. In general, the forces that came into contact with the players were probing and cautious. This made it easier for the players to trigger factions, which was actually beneficial. Only the players of Andrea were being hunted down and complained incessantly. Han Xiao was paying attention to the development of the situation. He had the intelligence network of the Darknet and the forum, so he could see much more than the players or NPCs. The major forces were cautious and serious, while the players were surprised and thought it was fun. The two sides had completely different attitudes. Interesting. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. The influence of the Inhuman incident was slowly fermenting. The various forces were gradually studying the characteristics of the players. Those powerful players in my previous life must have had their own opportunities. Han Xiaoxin thought. Blue Star was the headquarters of China. There would always be a small number of lucky players who would have opportunities that normal players would not have. The plot was on the right track. Han Xiao seized the time to act. There was a time limit to the mission of changing the heart, so he first went to Maple to submit the mission. The Louis Research Institute was located in Maple's city, Carnloss. This time, it was not at the border, so Han Xiao snuck in alone. It would take him 2 days to reach his destination. Maple was a country that lacked vitality. The bureaucratic system was rigid, and the distribution of wealth was uneven. The resources were tightly controlled by the oligarchs, and the people of the lower class had no room for improvement. The best way to describe the civilians of Maple was to just eat and wait for death. Walking on the streets, the pedestrians with sad faces passed by him. Han Xiao rubbed his face. He felt that a sunny, confident, and stylish man like him did not fit in with the decadent people around him. This time, Han Xiao changed his face and wore glasses. He did not believe that he would be recognized again. The Louis Research Institute was tall and had a very technological atmosphere. It was silver-white, and the people walking in and out were all wearing white coats. It was as if they were afraid that others would not know that they were doing research. As soon as he walked in, there was a receptionist who greeted him with a courteous smile. "Hello, do you need me to introduce the business scope of the Louis Research Institute to you?" Han Xiao waved the metal box in his hand. "I have the heart of a creature infected by the death virus. Maybe one of your researchers will be interested in it. Please wait for a moment, I'll go ask my superiors." The receptionist led Han Xiao to the sofa in the hall and left. The Louis Research Institute accepted all kinds of outsourced experiments, so there were often customers. Han Xiao leaned on the sofa and looked around the hall. The structure was circular, like a hotel lobby. After a while, 2 people walked into the hall with bandages wrapped around their bodies. Han Xiao's nose twitched, and he smelled blood. He looked up and realized that these 2 were the superheroes that he had met in Robert Potter's Forbidden Zone. These 2 seemed to have gone to save an exploration team. Could it be the team from the Louis Research Institute? From the looks of it, he failed and was injured all over. Chapter 179. Yang Dian and Ned were frustrated. The exploration team they had gone to rescue was a member of the Louis Research Institution, and the client was also the Louis Research Institution. After Han Xiao left, the 2 of them rested for a while and searched carefully. Finally, they found their target in the small valley where the exploration team had disappeared. However, all the members of the exploration team were infected with the death virus and mutated. Bone spikes protruded from their bodies, turning them into frenzied beasts. There was no saving them. The leader of the exploration team barely maintained his consciousness. He gave a metal box to the 2, saying that it was an important material that could be used to develop an antidote for the death virus. He asked them to bring it back to the institution. The two could only bear the pain and abandon the exploration team that was beyond saving and leave the forbidden area with the box. They were attacked by a group of beasts on the way. In order to protect the metal box, they did not hesitate to use their bodies to protect it. In the end, they were lucky enough to escape with wounds all over their bodies. Fortunately, the box was intact. Dragging their tired bodies, they took a flight back to Carnloss. Yang Dian and Ned came to the institution with guilty feelings. They were already mentally prepared to be blamed by the institution for not being able to save the exploration team. They felt that they had failed the client's trust. A man wearing glasses who seemed to be a high-ranking person walked out of the elevator and quickly walked toward Yang Dian and Ned with hope on his face. "Heroes, you're back." His tone was very warm. Ned said apologetically, "Mr. Kate, I'm sorry. We couldn't complete the mission." Kate's expression changed. "Could it be that they've all been killed?" "I'm sorry. They were infected. We couldn't do anything." Yang Dian did not dare to look at Kate's sad face. "It's not your fault." Kate took off his glasses and wiped his eyes. His attitude made Yang Dian and Ned very uncomfortable. Ned took out the metal box and said, "This is the relic that the exploration team asked us to pass to you. It contains important material that can solve the death virus's source." Kate took the metal box and stroked it. He said in a pained tone, "Sigh, if only they could come back. This is their contribution, and we will never forget it. If we make a product, we will definitely name it after them." The two agreed. Yang Dian sighed and said, "They are heroes. Not being able to save them will be the regret of my life." "You're exaggerating. If it weren't for you, they wouldn't have been able to transfer their efforts. You've done your best, so don't blame yourselves. If you don't mind, we can treat you for free," Kate said gratefully. "No need, I can't trouble you anymore." The more grateful Kate was, the more ashamed Yang Dian and Ned felt. They quickly waved their hands and refused the invitation. Holding each other, they left with their backs straight and proud. Kate adjusted his glasses and watched the two leave. Then, he walked up to Han Xiao and smiled. "Hello, do you have any business to entrust to our research institute?" Han Xiao smiled and opened the metal box to show Kate the mutated heart. "This is a heart infected by the death virus. The source is a very powerful individual." Kate's eyes lit up, and he forced a smile. "Please follow me." Kate led the way in front, and Han Xiao followed him into the elevator. When they reached the 13th floor, they saw a long white corridor with laboratories on both sides. The windows were double-sided, and one could see inside from the outside. Some of the laboratories had people doing experiments, and some of the rooms were filled with experimental equipment and materials. There were also researchers chatting in the corridor with nothing to do. The 13th floor was one of the laboratories of Louis Research Institution. Kate led the way and said, "The death virus has always been an important research project, but we've always been at a bottleneck because we lack active materials. This heart is very important to us, and we might be able to make a potion in one go. As usual, you will receive a finished product after the potion is made. Of course, if you want other rewards, that's not a problem." "No, I want the potion." Han Xiao pointed at the metal box in Kate's hand, which was what Yang Dian and Ned gave him. "I thought you already had the materials." "This? Haha, this is also a very important thing." Kate smiled, but didn't explain in detail. When they arrived at a large biological laboratory, Kate stopped and said, "Please wait outside. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter." Han Xiao gave the box to Kate, and Kate walked into the laboratory with the two boxes. He started talking with someone who seemed to be the supervisor of the laboratory. The two boxes were opened on the table, and Han Xiao saw that the other box contained a snow-white egg. He had no idea what kind of creature it belonged to. Kate and the supervisor talked in a low voice. Han Xiao's ears twitched, and his LV-55 senses took in the conversation. "What about the exploration team? Are they all dead?" the supervisor asked. "Yeah, those two heroes didn't manage to save anyone," Kate said. "Luckily, the stuff was transferred. It doesn't matter if they died. With this heart, we can make the potion very soon." "What did those two heroes say?" They felt that they betrayed our trust. Haha, hiring superheroes is much more cost-effective than hiring mercenaries. As long as we give them a good reason, they will even work for us for free. It saved me a lot of money. You didn't expose yourself, did you? Of course not. They were stupid and naive. Just a few words of lies and they were so moved that they almost cried. These so-called heroes are the easiest to coax. Praise and gratitude can make them dizzy. When they left, they thought that they had done something great. I almost couldn't hold back my laughter. Don't offend superheroes. Try to make friends with them. Don't worry. I left a good impression on them. Next time, if you need anything, you can find them. As long as you come up with a good reason, they definitely won't reject you. Han Xiao's eyes flashed, but his expression didn't change. He waited quietly. After a while, Kate ended the conversation and returned to the door. He said with a polite smile, "It will take a day to make the potion. If you don't mind, we will provide a room for you to rest in. The potion will be handed to you as soon as it is done." Okay. Han Xiao had no objections. The two of them took the elevator to the residential floor, and Han Xiao was assigned a guest suite. Kate instructed him not to wander around before excusing himself. Han Xiao looked around the room to see if there were any cameras. He found two, so he took out his computer, hacked into the network, and controlled the cameras in the room. He froze the image and played it on a loop. Then, he directly hacked into the database of the research institute and browsed through the various research projects. His basic programming was maxed out. His hacking skills were enough to break through most of the firewalls in Blue Star's network. Apart from the Six Nations secrets, the Germinal organization's headquarters, the core of the Darknet, and a few other important networks, a small research institute couldn't stop him. It was as if he had entered a no-man's land. He didn't trigger any alarms in the research institute. After he finished reading, he would even erase the traces. No one would know that he had hacked into the network. He opened the research institute's project file, and the projects flashed on the screen. Green lizard potion, bull hormone, thunder claw extract, grouper plague pathogen. Many of the names were potions that players had obtained in his previous life. After a while, he finally saw the Death Virus project. Its full name was Death Virus Enhancement Potion. In the project's detailed records, there were funds from various financial groups. This was an experiment to enhance one's physical strength. As for the death virus antidote that Kate told young Dian and Ned about, the research institute didn't do any research on it. Han Xiao's eyes flashed. He quickly typed on the keyboard and installed the program. Chapter 180. After a night's rest, Kate returned the next day with a metal box. He placed the box on the coffee table and patted it lightly. "The potion is ready." Han Xiao opened the box. Inside was a tube of thick, crimson-red potion. He touched it, and a notification appeared on the interface. Death Virus Enhancer, low concentration 3.5% a potion created by a mutated virus. The essence is extracted and can be used by humans. High stability. Effect, SDR +1, DEX +1, chance to awaken, extraordinary physique. Note, don't be fooled by its color. The taste is, it's only low concentration. You gave me the lowest quality potion. Han Xiao closed the box and smiled. I'm very satisfied. I look forward to working with you again, Kate said politely. There's no need to look forward to it. I want to buy more. Do you have any stock? Louis only provides long-term batches of products to large customers. If you're a single customer, especially a single customer with unknown origins, we're in a difficult position. I hope you can understand. If you can prove that you have the ability to pay for the long term, we'll sell you the potion in batches. Kate's face showed just the right amount of awkwardness. It was as if he wanted to agree but could only reject because of the rules. However, in the eyes of a veteran like Han Xiao, it was deliberate. He was most likely raising the price. Han Xiao smiled mysteriously and adjusted his collar. Let me formally introduce myself. I'm the executive officer of the Germinal organization, Heisenberg. Kate ate half a kilogram. The Germinal Organization? Didn't they leave the Western continent? Is this Heisenberg a secret executive? Or is he a liar? Forgive me for being blunt, but your identity is very suspicious. Kate took 2 steps back and reached into his pocket to grab the alarm. As long as Han Xiao made a move, he would trigger the alarm. Don't be nervous. Give me a moment. Han Xiao carried his backpack and walked into the toilet. Why is he going to the toilet? Kate was confused. Just as he was confused, Han Xiao, who had changed into Viper, walked out. This high-tech mechanical suit instantly stunned Kate. You are, Han Xiao swung his arms and said in an electronically synthesized voice through the helmet, this is the latest single-soldier mechanical suit that the Germinal Organization has developed. If you have good eyes, you should be able to see that the technology in it is very advanced. Even the official laboratories of the 6 nations do not have this kind of technology. You don't have to worry that I am a liar. This is a secret project of the organization, so it should be able to prove my identity. Kate opened his mouth and felt that something was wrong. But, I know what you're worried about. If you want to find the emblem of the Germinal Organization on the mechanical suit, save your energy. Times are tough now, and it's dangerous to be too high profile. I've been given full authority to handle this matter. If you want to contact the higher-ups of the organization, forgive me for being blunt, but you're not qualified yet. Han Xiao's tone was so serious that he almost believed what he said. Kate hesitated. I need to discuss this with the other higher-ups. He walked to the side and turned on his tablet to contact the other higher-ups. They were all supervisors of the laboratory, and they were all surprised by Han Xiao's background. He can't prove his background. He can't be trusted. Do you want him to shout I am the Germinal Organization everywhere? I don't think he needs to lie. When the deal is done, we will know if it's true or not. That makes sense. But working with the Germinal Organization seems a little dangerous, Han Xiao interrupted. All our deals are confidential. If we don't say anything, no one will know. We can even sponsor you to set up a branch in Andrea. The eyes of the higher-ups of the research institute lit up. Andrea was full of radiation, and there were many mutated animals and plants. Others avoided it like a tiger, but it was a treasure trove for them. They had heard about the generosity of the Germinal Organization, but they could not tolerate the corruption of the officials in Maple. A change of environment seemed like a good idea. Even if they did not move the headquarters, it would be good to set up a research branch in Andrea. Then let's try a deal. Take him to the exhibition room. After reaching a conclusion, Kate quickly smiled and said, we agree to the deal. Heisenberg, please follow me. I will show you the results of our research. Han Xiao nodded. Without taking off his mechanical suit, he followed Kate into the elevator to the second basement floor. The pharmaceutical exhibition room looked like a refrigerator door. After Kate entered the password, the door slid open automatically. Inside was a dark compound room divided into 2 levels. The metal stairs connected the 2 levels. There were glass cabinets by the wall, with different colors of drugs. The labels had their names and experimental results. There were a few finished products of each drug, labeled with different concentrations. These are the results of the research institute. What kind of drugs does your organization need? Kate asked with a smile. Han Xiao pretended to look around and said, every kind. Money is not a problem. It depends on whether you have enough. The higher-ups who were watching the situation through the camera were overjoyed. This was a big order. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. But I have to check the effects of the drugs first. Kate opened the door of the cabinet and took out a bottle of drugs. He handed it to Han Xiao. Han Xiao looked at the information on the interface. It was a temporary buff. After drinking it, one would gain a buff, endurance +3, for 3 minutes. After confirming that the drugs in the cabinet were real, Han Xiao said, I want a lot of them. Kate received the order through his earpiece. He took out his laptop and opened the price page. He smiled and said, we have enough stock. After you pay, these cute little things are all yours. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. I will only pay if I see the goods with my own eyes. You're exaggerating. We're just a civilian organization. We wouldn't dare to offend a huge organization like yours. We won't go back on our word. I hope you can understand our concerns. Besides, your organization doesn't lack this bit of money. Kate was all smiles and his attitude was firm. Looks like I can only lie to this extent. Han Xiao's eyes flashed. He did not plan to pay at all. He took out his gun and pointed it at Kate's forehead. He said coldly, "This is my payment." Bang! The tablet fell to the ground. The threat of the gun made Kate tremble. He said, "You are a fake." Han Xiao did not answer. He shot at the cabinet. However, the bulletproof glass cracked and did not break. The higher-ups in the monitoring room were shocked. He wants to steal our results. Luckily, we brought him to the exhibition room. There are safety measures there. The metal door of the exhibition room suddenly closed and locked. The cabinet was retracted into the wall, leaving no trace. The room became empty. The ceiling moved, revealing 3 rows of black holes. The range of the gun covered the entire room. There was no blind spot. Han Xiao and Kate were both under the gun muzzles. The higher-ups of the research institute said proudly. Chapter 181. The higher-ups of the research institute were very angry. They felt like they had been played like a monkey. However, since the swindler had walked right into their trap, they immediately gloated. Did he not know whose territory this was? How dare he come here and cause trouble? In the exhibition room, Kate's expression did not change. He calmly stepped back and adjusted his collar. He looked at Han Xiao arrogantly and said, "If you do anything, such as trying to take me hostage, you will immediately become a civ. So, don't think about taking risks. Put down your gun and surrender obediently. Then, you can still live." Han Xiao raised his head and looked at the dark defensive machine gun array. In the corner of the ceiling, there was a surveillance camera. The higher-ups were watching his every move through the surveillance camera. He also knew that the vent could release nerve gas. He was expressionless as he spoke a voice command. "Activate program." The smart chip of the mech instantly recognized the command and processed it into an electromagnetic message. The smart chip of the mech connected to the standby computer and entered the Research Institute's network. It activated the hacking program that was planted in the Research Institute the night before. The Research Institute's network was like a domino, and this hacking program was the first one to fall. It caused a chain reaction. It did not take much effort to break through the base level of the Research Institute's network. The control system changed hands within a few seconds. This was not a hacking program that Han Xiao had written on the spot. He had created all kinds of smart chips before. In order to prevent the control system from being taken away, he had created a lot of anti-hacking programs. At the same time, he had also written some hacking programs. He had never had the chance to use them. The map of the Research Institute appeared on the tactical holographic screen. Han Xiao gave the command. The wall of the exhibition room cracked open, and the medicine cabinet appeared again. The machine gun array on the ceiling retracted, and the door opened with a bang. When he hacked into the Research Institute's network yesterday, he had seen the structure of the Research Institute. He already knew the safety measures of the exhibition room. The Research Institute also had some heavily guarded warehouses that stored a large amount of medicine. However, the amount was too large. Han Xiao could only carry a limited amount of medicine. The amount of medicine in the exhibition room was just right. The sudden change made the higher-ups of the Research Institute pale. What happened? The system suddenly went out of control. Quickly take back the control. The technician on the side was sweating profusely as he typed furiously on the keyboard. Lines of code appeared one after another. Suddenly, the screen turned green and the system crashed. The technician said with a sad face, "No, the hacking speed of the opponent's program is too fast. It can't be solved in a short time. He was already prepared yesterday." The higher-ups gritted their teeth in hatred. In the exhibition room, Kate was dumbfounded. Facing Han Xiao's pitch-black goggles, fear gripped his heart. His legs gave way, and he fell to the ground. He said in a panic, bang. A smoking muzzle appeared on the ground between his legs. Kate was so scared that he peed his pants and didn't dare to move. Stay on the side and don't move. You still have a chance to live. Han Xiao's tone was playful. Okay, calm down, Kate hurriedly replied. His back was drenched in cold sweat, and he obediently shivered like a quail. Han Xiao smashed open all the display cabinets. With the enhancement of the mech, the power of his fists was even greater than bullets. He took out his backpack and stuffed all the medicines into it. He patted his bag in satisfaction. What a bountiful harvest. At first, he didn't have the intention of robbing the research center until he accidentally heard the conversation between Kate and the higher-ups about Yang Dian and Ned. Since the people in the research center weren't decent people, Han Xiao wasn't interested in talking to them nicely. Since they were all bad people, he would play by the rules of the bad guys. Whoever had the bigger fist could take whatever they wanted. If the person he talked to had beliefs, ambitions, and a bottom line that he thought was reliable, Han Xiao wouldn't mind talking to them normally. If the person he didn't like and wasn't strong enough, then he wouldn't hold back. He would unleash his original nature as a player and rob whatever he saw. He was very interested in the medicine from the research center. In fact, he liked to win people over with kindness. If they didn't like it, then he would beat them up. Although Han Xiao didn't love the world as much as the superheroes and didn't like the spirit of sacrificing oneself for others, he liked kind people. Being friends with good people in the general sense was, of course, more comfortable than dealing with bad people. Even bad people were more willing to be friends with good people because it was safe and untainted. Unfortunately, people's morals were deteriorating day by day. Good people were becoming fewer and fewer. You couldn't tell which smiling face was hiding evil intentions, and you couldn't tell which brothers were willing to sacrifice themselves for each other. On the surface, they called each other brothers, but behind their backs, they were gossiping. Even people from the same hometown would turn around and stab you in the crotch. Good people were rare animals. They could even be put in zoos. The word zoo wasn't appropriate. It would be better to change it to news broadcast or touching China. The research institute played the heroes in the palm of their hands because there were such snobbish and hypocritical people. Good people who were straightforward were becoming fewer and fewer, making it harder and harder to survive in society. The construction of spiritual civilization was collapsing. But in a sense, it did feel like uniqueness. Most of the time, your persistence was just a duty in the eyes of others, and your hard work was just a means for others to squeeze benefits out of you. People's feelings were not the same, just like how the Louis Research Institution took advantage of Yang Dian and Ned's enthusiasm. It was also like how he took away the hard work of the Research Institute. A saying suddenly popped up in Han Xiao's mind. What goes around comes around. Evil people will naturally be dealt with by evil people. I've become an evil person. Han Xiao couldn't help but laugh. It was rare to have the opportunity to do bad things with a clear conscience. He wouldn't spend money on a target that he could rob. The next time he changed his face, it would be another unfamiliar customer. Now was not the time to count his gains. Han Xiao carried his backpack and strode to the elevator. Kate collapsed on the ground and heaved a sigh of relief. She still had some lingering fear. The upper echelons in the monitoring room saw that all the drugs had been taken away, and their hearts were bleeding. One of the upper echelons said angrily, "Hurry up and think of a way." Got it. Get the control room to cut off all the power in the underground floor and trap him. Ask for help from the Maple government immediately. We still have guards. All of them are gathered at the entrance. As long as we can stall the enemy for 15 minutes, once the army arrives, I will make sure that he dies without a complete corpse. When he reached the elevator, all the lights on the entire floor suddenly went off at the same time. It was pitch black. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and switched to night vision mode. He laughed in his mind. Cut off the power? I knew it. Han Xiao bent his legs, and the elastic force generated by the nano muscle fibers gathered in his legs. The ground cracked open, and his entire body was like a cannonball, blasting through the ceiling and directly jumping upstairs. After 2 consecutive jumps, Han Xiao crashed into the hall. He immediately saw the bodyguards gathering at the entrance. There were only 20 of them now, not even 1/5 of the total number of guards in the research institute. Han Xiao's way of going upstairs was too fast, and the research institute didn't have much time to react. The upper echelons of the research institute were shocked by the performance of the mechanical suit. They hurriedly ordered the bodyguards to attack. Stall the enemy. The other bodyguards will be here in 10 seconds. F***CK. Before he could finish his order, Han Xiao had already sprang into action and knocked over the bodyguard in an instant. Like a bowling ball hitting a grand slam, Han Xiao's momentum did not slow down as he smashed through the glass of the door and disappeared into the street. He was so fast that only a black shadow was left in everyone's eyes. The upper echelons of the research institute were furious. They had high hopes that the bodyguards would be able to stall for at least 15 minutes, but they didn't even last 3 seconds. Seeing that they couldn't get the drugs back, the upper echelons' hearts bled. When will the Maple Army arrive? At least 10 minutes. It's too late. That bastard has already escaped. Is there any other way? Kate recovered and immediately said, "The 2 superheroes are still in the city. I'll contact them immediately." Chapter 182. Yang Dian received a call from Kate and asked in confusion, "Mr. Kate, are you looking for us?" Kate sounded anxious. A robber stole the research results of the research institute, including the antidote to the death virus. If we can't get it back, our research results will be gone. The army won't be able to arrive in time, so we can only rely on you. The two's faces turned serious. "We will definitely help." "Great, we can only rely on you. I'll send you the coordinates right away." The enemy is a man in a black mechanical suit. Black mechanical suit? Yang Dian and Ned's expressions changed. Could it be him? Running on the streets in a mechanical suit was too eye-catching. As soon as he left the research institute, he climbed to the roof of a nearby building and escaped from there. Even if someone saw him, the impact would be much smaller. He planned to find a secluded corner to take off the mechanical suit and change his appearance. So many potions. It's enough for me to drink like water every day. Han Xiao chuckled. After turning a few streets, Han Xiao jumped into a deserted alley. At this time, the radar showed that 2 strong life targets were tracking him. Searching through the database automatically, he found matches. They were the 2 superheroes that he had seen twice before. "They're tracking me." Han Xiao thought about it and knew that they were tricked by Louis Research Institution again. At this time, a notification popped up on the interface. "You have triggered the mission, Trial of a Hero." Mission introduction. There is no lack of righteous heroes, but there is a lack of correct methods. Some people have fallen into depravity, some people have abandoned their original intentions, some people have lost their principles, and some people have been taken advantage of by others. Choosing righteousness is a difficult path, and you can become their trial. Mission requirements. Defeat Yang Dian and Ned and expose the truth of Louis Research Institution. Reward. Random. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. He was interested in this mission. It felt like being a demon king. Han Xiao analyzed the data. "I have a few minutes to waste. I'll play with them." Han Xiao stopped and waited. Very soon, Yang Dian and Ned's figures flashed past the entrance of the alley. After a few seconds, the 2 of them hurriedly turned around and stood at the entrance of the alley to confront him. "It really is you." Yang Dian's expression was solemn. He had seen the combat strength of this mysterious mecha warrior with his own eyes. Even if he had been at his peak, he would have been knocked down with just a few punches. Moreover, he was still injured. However, when he remembered that Han Xiao had stolen the antidote to the death virus, Yang Dian mustered up his courage. Even if he could not win, he would not back down. Ned rubbed his hands, ready to attack. "Even if you saved us, we can't let you take away the antidote." Antidote? It was a typical case of being betrayed and still giving money to the number of people. Ned was the first to strike. He slapped his hands forward, and a shockwave swept across the alley. The walls were peeled off, and cracks appeared on the ground. Han Xiao suddenly jumped up, drawing a rapid arc in the air, and crashed over like a cannonball. Yang Dian gritted his teeth and swung his fist forward. Bang! The fist wrapped in the mecha was like a flash of black lightning. Before Yang Dian could swing his fist, it struck Yang Dian in the chest. Yang Dian's vision blurred, and the scenery in his field of vision receded rapidly. He flew backward and was embedded into the wall with a loud bang. All the bones in his body were almost shattered from the impact. He was insta-killed in one hit. His stamina is even more terrifying than the lion that injured me. Yang Dian struggled to break free from the wall and panted heavily. Suddenly, he heard the sound of wind. Ned was also thrown over and fell beside his feet. There was a huge bump on his head. He was knocked dizzy by Han Xiao's light headbutt. He could not even last 3 seconds. He could not fight back at all. Yang Dian was filled with grief and anger. How could he stop the enemy like this? A sense of helplessness pierced through their hearts. Han Xiao saw that the two gritted their teeth and were about to stand up. He looked at the timer in the corner of the holographic screen. He had given himself 5 minutes to deal with these two superheroes, but the situation was simpler than he had imagined. He had defeated the two in less than 10 seconds. These two were supers above LV30. With his current strength, he was basically unparalleled. He took a few steps forward. Just as he was about to say something, Yang Dian struggled to stand up. With an unyielding and angry expression, he gritted his teeth and said, "You took away the antidote to the death virus. Many people will die. Today, even if I have to risk my life, I will stop you." Han Xiao stomped his feet and said with a smile that did not look like a smile, "Dying as a hero. Other than withered flowers, empty praise, and a few fake tears, what else can you get?" Yang Dian gritted his teeth. "No matter what others think of me, as long as I am satisfied." Suddenly, Yang Dian's vision blurred. A large black hand expanded in his field of vision, grabbed his head, and smashed him into the wall. Debris flew everywhere. His head was bleeding. Yang Dian fell to the ground. His vision spun, and he did not even have the strength to stand up. Han Xiao took out his pistol and pointed it at Yang Dian's forehead. The black muzzle made Yang Dian shiver. He barely regained consciousness. He wanted to struggle, but Han Xiao stepped on his legs and slowly pulled the trigger. Yang Dian's eyes widened. At this moment, regret rushed into his mind uncontrollably. If I had not been so meddlesome, I would not have died today. Even if I gave it my all, I would not have been able to stop such a strong enemy. Coming here would only be suicide. I should not have agreed to your request. I was too impulsive, Ka. The trigger stopped. Yang Dian's body shook, but he did not feel any pain. He looked at Han Xiao in shock as he backed away. Only then did he feel cold sweat drenching his clothes. Although he could not see his own face, it was definitely a twisted expression filled with fear, regret, and unwillingness. "What were you thinking about just now?" Han Xiao asked. Yang Dian was stunned and fell silent. At the moment of death, the belief that he thought was indestructible was shaken. He was not as generous and tough as he said. At that moment, he felt regret. He even thought that agreeing to someone's request and dying was an extremely stupid thing to do. Before this, he had been working hard with the goal of becoming a superhero. He wanted to save more people, protect more civilians, and sacrifice himself for others. However, at this moment, Yang Dian only felt lost. Han Xiao put the unloaded pistol back into the holster, took out his computer, put some information into the USB flash drive, unplugged it, and threw it to Yang Dian. He then turned around and disappeared in front of the two. Yang Dian and Ned were both stunned. The enemy left just like that. Why didn't he kill us? Yang Dian held the USB flash drive in confusion. We are not his match. Don't go looking for death. Let's leave this place first. Ned supported Yang Dian as the two limped away from the scene. Another mission failure. The two were filled with shame. They did not have the face to see Kate. When they arrived at the entrance of Louis Research Institution, the army had already arrived and sealed off the place. The two did not want to interact with the Maple Army, so they could only return to their resting place and bandage their wounds. Yang Dian had been thinking about Han Xiao's words the whole time. His mind was in a mess, and he lay on the bed in a daze. The thoughts from before kept flashing through his mind. He could feel that his concept of being a superhero was collapsing. Chapter 183. What's wrong? Yang Dian looked at the computer screen and was stunned. The contents of the USB flash drive were a portion of the project information that Han Xiao had obtained after hacking into the research facility. All the research projects related to the death virus were written on the USB flash drive. The USB flash drive contained the information that Han Xiao had obtained after hacking into the research facility. All the research projects related to the death virus were written on the USB flash drive. It also said that the exploration team that went to Robert's Forbidden Zone was just a team that went to dig for materials. The materials they brought back were used for the research of body strengthening. Is this for real? Could he be lying to us? He can kill us easily. There's no need for him to lie to us. Yang Dian and Ned's shock gradually turned into rage. It turned out that from the beginning to the end, the two of them had been fools. They had been played by the people of the Louis Research Institute. They had naively believed the one-sided words of others. This made their persistence seem like a joke. No wonder the mysterious mecha warrior didn't kill them. He must have thought that they were pathetic, so he let them know the truth. Yang Dian was embarrassed and ashamed. He really wanted to find a hole to hide in. They had always called themselves superheroes, but they were saved by a stranger who they thought was evil for the second time. If the mysterious man hadn't revealed the truth, they would still be in the dark. Too bad we don't know his name. Otherwise, I would apologize in person. Ned was annoyed. Yang Dian nodded heavily. He called Kate and yelled, "So you've been lying to me?" Kate was shocked. "What did I lie to you about? You've been using us and making us work for you. The exploration team and the cure for the virus are all fake. What are you talking about? Why would I do that? You think too much." Kate's tone was unnatural. "I already have the key evidence. The research on the death virus is not for saving people," Yang Dian repeated. Kate said, "That's all fake. You must have heard the rumors. You're still lying to us." Yang Dian was furious. He repeated the project number. After a moment of silence, Kate spoke again. His tone was cold, and he didn't want to pretend anymore. "So, you can do whatever you want." Yang Dian was furious, but he suddenly froze. "Ch, superhero." Kate's tone was sarcastic. He hung up the phone. Yang Dian held the phone and was stunned on the spot. His entire aura changed rapidly. Ned suddenly felt a chill down his spine. "Are you okay?" he hurriedly asked. Yang Dian shook his head and gently put down the phone. He let out an inexplicable laugh. "I'm fine. What could happen to me? Hee." The research institute was in a mess. The higher-ups were sweating profusely as they negotiated with the military. Kate was very frustrated. He did not expect things to turn out this way. No one had ever dared to have any ideas about the research institute. They had many financial groups backing them up. Anyone who dared to touch the whiskers of the tiger would have to face an all-encompassing search and capture. Kate had already contacted the financial group behind him, and they were all furious about this incident. The other party claimed to be the executive officer of the Germinal organization, Heisenberg, and was equipped with a mechanical suit with extremely high mechanical standards. The credibility of this claim was not low. Now that the Germinal organization was like a rat on the street, it did not matter if they made enemies or not. The financial group behind this decision decided not only to have the West Continent's intelligence network thoroughly investigate this person's whereabouts, but also to sponsor the expedition of the Six Nations and donate military funds. The financial group behind this had such a big reaction because the stolen drugs were urgently needed by the leaders of the various financial groups. For this reason, they were willing to spend money to get it back. Kate was already frustrated enough. He did not even want to care about the blame of the two superheroes. He did not care if they knew that they had been tricked. Because superheroes would not seek revenge over such a small matter, Kate was very calm and fearless. Trial of a hero, completed. Plus 40 Yang Dian favorability. Plus 40 Ned favorability. Han Xiao waited for a long time, but there were no new notifications. The reward is gone. What do I need the favorability of these two idiots for? He had never heard of these two people before. They were probably not important people. Han Xiao was speechless. Although the reward was reasonable, why did he feel so annoyed? Even some experience points would be better than this. Forget it, it's just a small mission. The biggest reward is this pile of drugs. Han Xiao lowered his head to look at the bulging bag in his hand and smiled to himself. When stealing the drugs? No, when snatching the drugs, Han Xiao had cleaned out the exhibition room of Louis Research Institution. The good thing was that he could get almost all kinds of drugs. After finding a random small hotel to stay in, Han Xiao checked that there were no cameras in the room as usual. He opened the bag and took out the different types of drugs and sat in a row. Let me see what's good. Han Xiao rubbed his hands. It was said that one could only be lucky when they were hot. Green lizard drug, medium concentration 23, 3% made with the genes of the green lizard. This is a lazy creature. After drinking it, one's mind will become calm. Han Xiao was stunned for 3 seconds. He then stood up angrily and threw it on the floor. Green my ass. What's the point of developing this drug? My luck is better than this even if I use my feet. Staring at this pile of colorful potions, Han Xiao inexplicably felt like a black cloud formed by a pit gas was covering his head. I hope the other drugs are reliable, he continued to touch. There were a total of 34 types of drugs. Fortunately, there was nothing else like the green lizard drug. Some of the more useful ones were not bad. The high-concentration death virus enhancer was much better than the one Kate gave him. The permanent attribute bonus was more, and the chance of awakening a rare talent was 3 times higher. Rhinoceros hormone, extracted from the kidney of a rhinoceros. Plus 5 SDR and plus 5 END after injection. Duration, 5 minutes. Next injection within 30 minutes will not work. Thunderclaw beast extract, extracted from the secretion of a thunderclaw beast. Plus 12% melee attack for the next 5 attacks. Grouper plague pathogen, causes the user to be infected with the grouper plague. There were 3 types of drugs here. Drugs that temporarily increased attributes, drugs that spread diseases, and drugs that permanently increased attributes were very rare. There were only the death virus enhancer and the falcon potion, which increased DEX. Some of the drugs can only be used once, but some can be used repeatedly. The falcon potion is the former, and the death virus potion is the latter. That was why players were so fond of killing bosses in Lorbert's Forbidden Zone. Usually, it was a competition between big guilds. You have used the falcon potion. Plus 3 DEX permanently. There were 4 bottles of death virus potion in total. He drank them quickly. His SDR, DEX, and END all increased by 4. That bottle of high concentration allowed him to awaken a rare talent. Chapter 184. A tanky rare talent that had yet to reach the level of a molding talent allowed Han Xiao to become even more tanky. He remembered that Hela also had a recovery talent, and the effect of extraordinary physique was similar. It also gave him an additional 300 health points. Is it really a good idea for a mechanic like me to become so meaty? Han Xiao did not know whether to laugh or cry. This was forcing him to use his physical body to fight head-on. He felt that if this continued, his image would be destroyed. He only wanted to be a technical mechanic quietly. Melee combat was all brash. I have to find some offensive talents or talents, but these types of molding talents are too rare. Most of the molding talents are defensive or amplification types. As a mechanic, talents that were compatible with his machinery were what he needed the most. Han Xiao had been triggering a talent, Lethal Shot. Although it was not a molding talent, its effect was not bad. It required him to deal a huge amount of damage to a target of at least the same level with a firearm. He had done it nearly 40 times, but enemies of the same level were getting harder and harder to find, so it would take him some time to complete it. As for the temporary enhancement potions, he planned to use some on the rapid injection module of the mechanical suit. He would save the rest and find a chance to sell them for quite a sum. It would be best if he sold them to the players. Among these potions, there was one that was in an incomplete state, and there was only one. Unknown potion, a semi-finished product of a certain potion. Effect unknown. The color was clear and transparent like water. Usually, unknown things would have unexpected effects. Han Xiao had a feeling that this thing was not simple, but he would not use it when the effect was not clear. The Louis Research Institution might complete the research in the future. I'll come back then, and I'll know the effect of the finished product. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. If he wanted to make potions, he would have to change his profession to pharmacist, or have the knowledge of potions from the mage class. Han Xiao was not interested in making potions, and he felt that making potions was different from making machines. Potions required a strict mixture of materials and a strict production process. The slightest mistake would result in failure, and the channeling process was much easier. In the afternoon, Han Xiao snuck out of campus. He still had a mission to intimidate in Maple. The few officials that Bennett wanted him to intimidate all lived in the capital of Maple. The 2 scouts were already on standby in Maple City. The capital of Maple was called Karamochi, which meant Maple Leaf City. The financial group behind the Louis Research Institution immediately posted a bounty on the dark web. The target was none other than Heisenberg. The bounty included the face Han Xiao had used in the research institution and a short surveillance video of him wearing a mecha and rushing out of the research institution. The Germinal organization soon saw the report. There is no such executive in the organization. The leader was surprised. The organization only had a few hidden intelligence personnel and spies left in other continents. He didn't let anyone rob a civilian research institute. There was only one possibility. This Heisenberg was a fake and deliberately used the Germinal organization as an excuse. In fact, he did not even think that this was framing, because framing the Germinal organization was completely unnecessary. Now that the whole world was targeting them, they did not care about having one more enemy. Ever since the Germinal organization became a dog in the water, every cat and dog thought of them as a toothless tiger, adding insult to injury. Where did this Heisenberg come from? The leader's focus was on the performance of the mecha. He was surprised to find that this mecha was even more advanced than the organization's technology. Even the super soldier experiment that had been making breakthroughs did not reach this level of practicality. If we can get the technology of this mecha, the organization's individual combat ability will improve by leaps and bounds. Which organization developed this new mecha? If it's an enemy. The leader's hand that was holding the corner of the table tightened, leaving clear fingerprints on the steel table. With a serious tone, he ordered, "Let the intelligence network secretly pay attention to the whereabouts of the user of this mecha. I want to know everything about him." Unfortunately, this was the only time Han Xiao's mecha was observed. The Germinal organization's intelligence personnel did not find any more information. It was extremely mysterious. The organization that can develop this kind of mecha must have a huge amount of resources. The leader felt like he had found the tip of the iceberg of a hidden organization. Unfortunately, there were no clues, so he could only leave it as it was. He calmed himself down and asked about another matter. "How is the capture of the Inhumans going?" The deputy took out the file and said, "So far, 2,103 Inhumans have been captured. Originally, the Inhumans were gathered in a few fixed locations. They were actively avoiding our capture and scattered to other areas. More and more of them are resisting arrest, and our operations are being hindered. Mr. Cyberloss has a new theory. Through experiments, it shows that even if these Inhumans are not brainwashed, they will accept all kinds of employment. Their actions are very purposeful. The Inhumans do not understand a lot of common knowledge, and they talk strangely. Also, the Inhumans seem to have a special way of communicating with each other. Some Inhumans know each other. The reason is still under investigation, but there is no more progress. These Inhumans are more like ancient people from the past. That was Mr. Cybeloz's original words. What is the Six Nations' reaction to the Inhumans? The intelligence network shows that the Six Nations have already sent out their own teams to contact the Inhumans. Their attitudes are different, some are gentle, some are tough. The leader nodded and said in a low voice, they have stopped their war preparations, but they won't stop forever. Agents from various countries have infiltrated Andrea and found them. I want their every move to be under our surveillance. I have a feeling that the Inhumans will be our chance to win this war. The lens of the sunglasses reflected the appearance of a luxurious villa, and the plainclothes Secret Service personnel patrolling the inside and outside of the manor at all times. The Caucasian old man, who was dressed like a homeless man, pushed his sunglasses up, touched the round hat that covered his bald head, and the mini earpiece hidden in the round hat. Duplex 4-story villa. The entrance of the manor needs to be opened by the internal system. There are 2 standard Secret Service teams patrolling outside the manor, and there is 1 team inside. There are a total of 18 Secret Service members. The target leaves the house at 8 in the morning every day and takes a bulletproof car. The 2 teams follow and protect him. He has his lunch at the restaurant in the government building and returns home between 6 and 7 in the evening. Honnis held his sunglasses and spoke softly into the earpiece. The target lives in the political district of Maple. There are many patrolling police and sentries on the road. If you want to make a move on the road, you better do it quickly. A calm female voice came out of the earpiece. Vernina said lightly, then do it on the road. Remind me of those old days. Honnis was dissatisfied. I'm crazy. I'm already retired, but I still have to work with you guys. Also, it's kidnapping an important official in Maple. Damn it, Jirian, why did you have to find me? Why couldn't you find Bennett? That guy is still fighting on the front line. Why did you have to find me, a retired old man? Can't you just let me have a few years of peace? Humph, you owe me a favor. Also, I don't like Bennett. That guy left me 3 muzzles 33 years ago. A third person's voice sounded from the headset. Jirian was a burly man, and his voice was like a cannon. Don't complain all day like a sissy. Did the days of leisurely planting vegetables and waiting for death wear down your toughness and turn you into a spineless sissy? Gentlemen, don't forget that there's a woman here, Vernina said calmly. I'm already 68 years old. You're 1 year older than me. It's not normal for you to still think about fighting and killing. Honnis was speechless. Humph, not even 70 years old. Is that old? Jirian muttered for a while, then changed his tone and said seriously, there will be patrolling police around the corner in 9 seconds. Be careful and hide. Honnis bent his back, and his aura suddenly became inconspicuous. 9 seconds later, a patrolling police officer walked out from the corner. When he saw Honnis, he walked up and yelled, check your ID. Honnis took out a fake ID. The police officer looked at it and handed it back. He yelled, don't stay here. Go away. Honnis walked slowly like an old man. After he turned the corner, his steps became lighter. He whispered, there are too many patrolling police and sentries in this area. If you want to kidnap the target silently, it's best to do it at night. Chapter 185. The weather in the western continent was gloomy and rainy. In the drizzle, Han Xiao finally arrived at the capital of Maple, Maple Leaf City, after a few bumpy days on the civilian train. Maple City was large but sparsely populated. The most obvious thing was that the housing prices were cheap, and the average living space was large enough. Even the middle class could afford to live in a villa, and the income of the civilians in the capital would not be too low. Furthermore, the Maple City government would drive the homeless and the poor to other cities every year, just like cutting off rotten meat regularly. Therefore, Maple City's urban environment was very good. It was quiet and comfortable, and there were many greenery. As usual, it was illegal immigration. Han Xiao followed the address and found a villa at the edge of Maple City. This was a safe house that the Darknet had bought with a fake account and an ID card. The contact was waiting for him inside. The villa was 3 stories high. The door was made of brown glazed wood and was engraved with exquisite relief carvings. Han Xiao grabbed the door knocker and knocked on the secret code. The door creaked open, and the old housekeeper, whose face was more wrinkled than an expired orange, invited him in with an expressionless face. After entering the house, the old housekeeper closed the door and said softly, "The two guests are waiting in the basement." Han Xiao nodded. He opened a secret door in the closet beside the ladder and walked down the stairs to the basement. This place was not as dimly lit as he had imagined. Instead, there were steel walls, bright lights, and all kinds of equipment and guns. There was even a special lathe and material box in the corner. The two contacts were waiting at the meeting table in the middle. They looked at Han Xiao together. He had changed his appearance back to Black Phantom, so he was recognized. The two contacts, one was Golden Fox, and the other was a young man. Golden Fox hesitated. "Black Phantom?" Han Xiao's eyes lit up. "It's you. I've seen you before. You seem to have become prettier." Golden Fox was shocked. She touched her face and said to herself, "Please don't be interested in me. I beg you." The other contact was a young man, about 20 years old. His code name in the Blood Pact Society was Ghost Blade. He was the lowest Scorpion-level assassin. It was said that he was a new member who had just joined. He was staring at Han Xiao fiercely with a look of scrutiny and a trace of unwillingness. Ghost Blade used to be a trained agent in Raylan, but he had fled before graduation. He was trained in an agent training organization, so he had a natural sense of superiority over these underground assassins. He had joined the Blood Pact Society at about the same time as Han Xiao, but Han Xiao had become a legend in the organization while he was still at the Scorpion level. Ghost Blade had always been unconvinced. In terms of seniority, Han Xiao was actually very shallow. However, with his battle record, strength, and Bennett as his backer, he became the trump card of the Blood Pact Society. There were a small number of contract killers in the organization who were not convinced by this. All of them were proud people, and most of them were various figures who had changed careers to become assassins. Even if it was written in black and white, as long as they didn't see it with their own eyes, people would still doubt it. "I've heard of your battle record. It is said that you are a legend, but there doesn't seem to be anything special about you." Ghost Blade was expressionless. Glancing at Ghost Blade, Han Xiao didn't want to argue. Golden Fox hurriedly changed the topic and said, "Cough, there are 5 targets. Rayman Harry, Miller Senning, Angster Billy, Dark Van City, and Dorothy Farimi. They are all Maple officials who opposed the funding. There are guards patrolling the places where they live, and there are also guards when they go out." Golden Fox gave Ghost Blade a look. Ghost Blade snorted, took out a map, and spread it on the conference table. He said, "These are the topographic maps of the target's villa, as well as the security forces and patrol routes nearby." The information was very detailed. Ghost Blade's intelligence gathering ability was strictly based on Raylan's training manual. He had basically found out all the details of this mission. Ghost Blade relied on his secret agent knowledge, and Golden Fox didn't help him at all during the scouting. This made him feel superior to these killers. A professional like him was indeed different from an amateur. Ghost Blade secretly looked at Han Xiao. With such detailed information, he didn't believe that Black Phantom would not be surprised. However, Han Xiao's expression didn't change. It was as if this was a common occurrence. Ghost Blade frowned and was dissatisfied. He said in a deep voice, "I have set up a plan for you. You see these red lines and markings, right? This is the route I have planned. As long as you follow my plan obediently and don't make any mistakes, I can guarantee that you will not fail. You should be able to understand what I have written, right? These are special agent symbols. If you don't understand, I will explain it to you." "No need, I will see it myself." Han Xiao knocked on the table and read the information carefully. He asked casually, "What do you mean?" "Put these documents in the target's house. Put them in a conspicuous place. Make sure that the target can see them. There is some evidence that is unfavorable to them. As long as they see that we can silently put things in their house, they will know that their lives are in danger. It is a threat but also a leeway," Golden Fox said. "I am going to sneak in. What are you guys going to do?" Ghost Blade snorted. I am only in charge of scouting and providing information. The actual operation is your job as the ace. Don't even think about asking for my help. Golden Fox glared at Ghost Blade and said, if you need my help, I am fine with it. Forget it, there is no need. Han Xiao waved his hand. This mission is quite simple. I can do it alone. According to my plan, the mission is indeed not difficult. Ghost Blade nodded lightly. He had actually left some information in the information. It would not affect the mission, but it would bring some small challenges to the operators. He wanted to test Black Phantom. Although Black Phantom was the ace of the organization, unless he passed his test, he would still maintain a wait-and-see attitude toward Black Phantom. However, Han Xiao looked at the plan, shook his head, and said, this plan is too complicated. I have my own way. Ghost Blade was displeased. This is the plan I came up with based on all the information. You only looked at it for a few minutes, and you have a better way. This mission is not challenging for me, Han Xiao said. Nonsense. Ghost Blade snorted and walked away. Ghost Blade was very displeased that Black Phantom did not follow his plan. He was a professional, and his plan was flawless. This Black Phantom did not know what was good for him. If he does not follow my plan, there will definitely be an accident, Ghost Blade thought. He even wanted to see Black Phantom fail the mission. He felt that if Black Phantom did not follow his plan, he would be messing around. It would be best if Black Phantom did not just talk about it and used his plan when the time came. Han Xiao looked at his watch. I will act tonight. You just wait. The two contacts did not participate in the official operation. Han Xiao did not need logistical intelligence personnel, so everything was done independently. There was no need for communication through the earpiece. Acting right after arriving? Too impulsive. Ghost Blade shook his head. He did not think much of it. He felt that this mission was most likely going to end in failure. Not listening to the advice of a professional was basically a failure. Soon, it was night time. Dark clouds covered the moon. Han Xiao changed into a black outfit. He hid the things he did not need in the safe house. He personally checked the circuit and reset the password to prevent others from opening it. He took the necessary equipment and set off. The streets of Maple were very quiet at night. The night breeze blew through the trees, and the rustling of the trees made people feel peaceful. There was a fresh fragrance in the air. It was the smell of the roadside flower beds. There were not many people on the streets. Most of them were patrolling police officers. It seemed to faintly indicate the country's high-pressure policy. The public security was not as peaceful as it seemed. Walking through the quiet streets, he came to the political district of the city. There were more patrolling police officers on the streets. Han Xiao hid in the shadows of the alley and observed, waiting quietly. About 10 minutes later, a patrolling police officer walked over. This is B-3248. Everything is normal. The patrolling police officer said something into the walkie-talkie. He walked past the alley and subconsciously looked into the dark alley. A pair of arms suddenly stretched out and dragged him into the darkness. His anxious cries only lasted half a sentence before coming to an abrupt stop. Chapter 186. Han Xiao gave the patrol officer a sleeping pill and hid it in a trash can in the alley. He would probably only be found the next morning. The sleeping pill was not a normal product on the market but a secret formula created by Golden Fox. According to her description, it could make a 3-meter-tall short-haired elephant fall asleep in 10 seconds. As for why Golden Fox used an elephant as an experiment, Han Xiao was also puzzled. Golden Fox took the initiative to provide the sleeping pill as a gesture of goodwill, but Han Xiao felt that the atmosphere between him and Golden Fox was very strange. When their eyes met, it was as if a spark had been ignited. Golden Fox was like a frightened little animal, and she quickly looked away, not daring to look at Han Xiao. If it wasn't for the fact that he had left a bad first impression on the Golden Fox back then, he would have thought that the Golden Fox was interested in him. In fact, she was just afraid of him. Han Xiao diluted the potion, and the effect was not that strong. Normal people would wake up after about 10 hours of sleep. He tried it himself, and it said that one would be immune to it as long as one's endurance was above 45. Han Xiao's endurance was now close to 90. The average endurance of a LV-55 mechanic was around 70. Han Xiao's endurance was not much higher than the average, but his HP was more than half that of a mechanic of the same level. With the bonus from elementary strengthened life and extraordinary physique, Han Xiao's HP was around 3,400. Combined with the magnetically controlled retractable armor and Viper, which were unique to the mechanic class, he was already at the level of a boss of the same level. However, Han Xiao decided to use the traditional method of infiltration this time. After all, this was the capital of Maple, and he was afraid that he would be in trouble if he went too far. He had no choice but to temporarily abandon Master Kang and Master Ari's path of invincibility and become Bald Head 47. Wearing a police uniform, Han Xiao swaggered to his first target, Miller Senning's villa. Beside the road, there were trees and flower beds. The shadows of the trees danced in the wind, and the light from the street lamps was cut into small light curtains by the swaying branches, creating mottled shadows. Using the Night Stalker skill, Han Xiao entered the stealth state and walked around the villa, observing the cameras on the streets. There are a total of 3 cameras monitoring the villa from 3 directions. They will automatically turn and move at the same speed. It seems to form a blind spot. The duration is very short. Han Xiao had discovered an opportunity, but this was not indicated in the report. It was unknown whether Ghost Blade had not discovered it or had deliberately not written it. If you want to sneak in, you have to solve the problem of the cameras first. Every 5 minutes, there would be a 2-second blind spot in the intersecting surveillance field of vision. This made things much simpler. There was no need to go through so much trouble to dismantle the wires of the cameras and invade the surveillance network. As long as they were fast enough and jumped into the villa, they could avoid being discovered by the surveillance cameras, or rather, prolong the time they would be discovered. This was because the entire city's surveillance system was not monitored 24 hours a day. If a patrol officer suddenly disappeared from the surveillance system, it would not be immediately discovered unless it was coincidentally seen by the person monitoring it. He didn't ask for a perfect infiltration without leaving any clues. All he wanted was to get through the night and complete the mission smoothly. There were Secret Service members guarding the villa both inside and outside the villa. There were verification devices at the entrance and exit, and there were electric railings on the walls. Other than that, everything was no different from a normal house. The Secret Service members outside were easy to deal with as long as they were distracted. However, there were also people guarding the villa, so it was impossible to pinpoint the location with the naked eye. Han Xiao had an idea. He took out a pair of sunglasses and put them on. They looked like normal sunglasses, but they were a portable version that used electromagnetic scanning. He pressed a small switch on the leg of the glasses, and he could see through the walls to see the biological signs inside the villa. He could see blurry human figures, which was enough to pinpoint the location. However, it was weird to wear sunglasses at night. It reminded him of the song Broken Intestines in Kung Fu Hustle. The officials of Maple were protected 24 hours a day, as if they were afraid of being attacked on the streets. It was not hard to imagine how unpopular they were. The other 5 nations did not have such measures, so the air in Maple was filled with pressure. The situation of each nation was different, and the protection of the officials in Maple was not something that had existed since the beginning. It was similar to when the government established the policy of evicting the lower-class citizens in the capital. It came from an incident that was well known in Maple but kept a secret, the Ulrich incident. It happened in the 11th year of the new era of the 6 nations. Han Xiao had seen this history on the timeline of events on the darknet. There were many places in the history of each civilization in Galaxy that could be dug deeper. As for Maple, whether it was in his previous life or now, Han Xiao did not have a deep understanding of it. Since he was in the middle of the mission, these thoughts only flashed through his mind. He continued to think about how to infiltrate the villa. The Secret Service members patrolled around the villa with a warning look. Han Xiao threw down a spider detector and observed from a hidden corner. It was not convenient for him to pass by the villa too many times, as it would only alert the guards. Soon, he found an opportunity. Taking advantage of the moment when the cameras and the Secret Service personnel were in a blind spot, he activated his electromagnetic hoverboots and quietly slid over the wall. He targeted a tree in the manor and landed behind it. His movements were smooth and fluid. Although he tried to control his strength, the leaves still shook slightly. There was a Secret Service member hiding under the tree. He was very alert when he felt the vibration and immediately looked up. Han Xiao had a plan when he jumped in, so he did not stop. When the Secret Service member squinted and observed carefully, his over 100 points of dexterity made him as fast as a ghost. He walked out from behind the tree and covered the Secret Service member's mouth. He dragged the Secret Service member behind the tree and injected him with a syringe. The Secret Service member was quiet before he even started to struggle. The sound was not loud, but there was still a Secret Service member standing guard not far away. He saw his partner leave his post from the corner of his eye, but he did not see Han Xiao's ghost-like speed clearly. "Siri." The Secret Service member called his partner's name in a low voice and walked over. Not good. Han Xiao knew this was bad. Traditional infiltration was about timing, which made him nervous all the time. He changed his mind and immediately had a solution. He quickly scanned the face of the Secret Service member he had knocked out and changed his face. He showed his head from behind the tree and shook his head to show that he was okay. "What are you doing behind the tree?" The Secret Service member saw his partner's face and relaxed slightly. He continued to approach, wanting to go around the tree to see what was going on. Han Xiao turned his palm and a small pistol appeared. He quietly shot the syringe and hit the Secret Service member's neck. The Secret Service member staggered and was about to fall asleep. Han Xiao hurriedly moved to support him and carefully dragged him behind the tree. There were 4 sentry posts in the villa, and they all had walkie-talkies to communicate with each other. It would not take a few seconds for the others to realize that 2 of their partners were missing. "I can only knock out all the sentry posts." The Secret Service members outside and inside the villa were different teams. They would only talk to each other once in a while to confirm the situation. This way, he could delay them for half an hour to an hour. He felt that there was enough time for him to act. Han Xiao moved quickly and stealthily like a cat. The remaining 2 sentry posts were quickly knocked out by him. They were just well-trained elites and could not resist at all. After confirming that the eyes were removed, Han Xiao jumped into the villa through the window and turned on the electromagnetic scanning glasses. The structure of the villa was in full view. The bald official was sleeping in the master bedroom with his young and beautiful wife. There was also a housekeeper sleeping in another room. There were only 3 people in the huge house. Han Xiao groped his way to the study. He took out the evidence files collected by the darknet and placed them in a conspicuous place on the table. That was one of his goals. There is no time to lose. I still have some time before Maple discovers that someone has infiltrated. I have to hurry. Han Xiao slipped out of the villa at the right time. The Secret Service members standing guard outside were still doing their duty and did not know what was going on inside. Then, Han Xiao ran to the mansions of 3 more targets. The security environment was different. With level 55 perception, the intelligence provided by Golden Fox and Ghost Blade, as well as equipment such as the face simulator and the hoverboots, the operation was daunting but not dangerous. When it came to the 3rd target, there was a small accident. While Han Xiao was putting away the documents in the study, the target woke up shakily and wanted to walk past the study. Han Xiao hurriedly hid behind the floor lamp in the corner. If one did not look closely, it was easy to mistake a floor lamp for a human figure, and people would subconsciously ignore it. This was a bold hiding spot, and Han Xiao felt that this quick thinking was very good. Unfortunately, the ending was completely different from what he had expected. Can you imagine waking up in the middle of the night to go to the toilet, walking in the dark corridor with panic? Passing by the study and mistaking the floor lamp for a human, you would be even more nervous. Just as you were about to take a closer look and comfort yourself that you were just scaring yourself, you realized that there was really an uninvited guest standing behind the lamp. The target was an old man. He clutched his chest and fell straight down. You have killed Dark Van City, level 5. You have received 1 EXP. The target was actually scared to death, dead, F***CK. How is that possible? Han Xiao was dumbfounded. I did not want to kill anyone. You're suffering from a heart attack. I'm innocent. Hey, old man, wake up. You still have a lot of youth. How can you die like this? Han Xiao grabbed the old man's shoulder and shook him, almost breaking the old man's bones. I accidentally killed the mission target. What should I do? Han Xiao had a headache. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration. He had a new idea. Wait a minute, the main purpose of this mission is to reduce the number of officials who are against funding. If all of them die, no one will object. Achoo. Bennett, who was far away in the southern continent, sneezed and suddenly had a bad feeling. Chapter 187. One of the targets was dead, but the mission didn't fail, which meant that killing was allowed. This mission is insane. Han Xiao shook his head, picked up the old man's body, and stuffed it into the cabinet. He thought, I'll just hide as long as I can. He didn't want to kill. The targets were all officials of a certain status. If he killed all of them, Maple would be in chaos. There was no profit, only risk. It's just a dead official. Guess who will be blamed for it? There was only one target left, Dorothy Farimi. This official had the highest status among the 5 targets. The manor was bigger, and the security was tighter. Han Xiao followed the order and sneaked into the manor through a blind spot. He hid in the shadows and darkness, and the sentries had nowhere to hide. Sneaking behind a Secret Service member, Han Xiao injected a needle into his neck and dragged him behind the flower bed. He quickly changed his clothes and face and looked at his ID. This time, the unlucky guy was called Angston. Doris's manor was relatively large. Han Xiao was about to go around the back of the villa and enter through the window when the villa suddenly lit up. An order from the higher-ups came from the walkie-talkie. Everyone, gather and escort the target to the government building. All the Secret Service members gathered. This time, Han Xiao was in a passive position. He replaced Angston's position and didn't want to be exposed. He had to continue playing this role, so he had to gather in front of the villa with the Secret Service team. The team leader knocked on the door and said loudly, Mr. Dorsey, we found unconscious special agents in the other officials' residences. Enemies have sneaked in. Your current situation is not safe. Please move to the government building with us immediately to take refuge together. Han Xiao was suddenly enlightened. The people he had knocked out in the previous targets had been discovered. It was about time. Maple had reacted. Too bad, if I had waited a little longer, I could have completed the last target. Han Xiao was helpless. He could only adapt to the situation and hope that the old man who was hidden in the cabinet would be discovered later. The villa's glazed wooden door opened, and a tall old man in a fitting suit walked out. The wrinkles on his face were chiseled, and he looked cold and indifferent. His white hair was neatly combed. The Secret Service escorted Dorothy to the car parked at the gate. There were a total of 4 cars. Dorothy's car was in the middle, and the other 3 escort cars surrounded it in a triangle formation. Han Xiao, who was disguised as a special service member, was arranged to sit in the escort car on the right rear. As the group set off, the best choice was to wait and see. I can sneak away on the way and complete the final mission. Just as he was thinking about this, a few fist-sized black shadows suddenly shot towards the convoy from outside the car window. Han Xiao immediately recognized that they were the shape of howitzers. Boom! A few grenades accurately landed on the chassis of the 3 escort vehicles and exploded. The power of the grenades exceeded the attack power that they should have. It was like a small rocket. The blazing flames lit up the night sky, and the 3 escort vehicles were flipped in the air. In the end, all 4 wheels were facing the sky, and the flames were raging. Someone is attacking the convoy. The driver of Dorothy's car hurriedly stepped on the accelerator, wanting to speed up and escape. A few bullets shot out in the dark and blew up the tires. The car spun and crashed into the side of the road. 4 special service members with dusty faces hurriedly got out of the car. Before they could raise their guns, they were hit in the chest by sniper bullets from above. None missed, and they fell to the ground with serious injuries. "All the guards have been taken care of," Honest said through the walkie-talkie. "Red Maple's backup will take at least 3 minutes to arrive. We have plenty of time. Vernina, evacuate with the target." In the shadow of the intersection between the streetlights and the darkness, a woman's silhouette gradually became clearer. Vernina appeared with a grenade launcher. She had short blonde hair, and the crow's feet at the corner of her eyes showed that she was not young. However, she still looked attractive, and her every move exuded the charm of a mature woman. Dorothy walked out of the car and glanced at the special service members struggling on the ground. He was still very calm as he asked in a deep voice, "Who are you people?" Vernina slowly approached Dorothy, pulled out her pistol, and shot the heavily injured special agents. She took out a tranquilizer syringe from the tactical bag on her belt and said lightly, "Put down the gun, or there will be a hole in your heart." Dorothy's expression changed. He looked down and saw a red dot appear where his heart was. He hurriedly let go of the pistol behind his back and looked up to see the red dot on the sniper scope of a tall building in the distance. On a windowsill of the tall building, Honest was holding a sniper rifle, providing long-range support from above and controlling the situation. "Looks like I have no choice." Dorothy's expression was terrible. He raised his hands and walked obediently to Vernina. Bang! At this moment, the door of an overturned car on fire flew out. A pair of big hands grabbed the door frame and tore it apart amidst the ear-piercing sound of tearing metal. Han Xiao walked out with his neck twisted. His entire body hurt from the collision, and he grimaced. He was blown away by a grenade for no reason, so he was in a terrible mood. "There's still one alive." Vernina's expression did not change. She turned around and fired a shot. Han Xiao reacted quickly. He put on the magnetically controlled retractable armor and rammed into the grenade head-on. The flames swallowed him whole. Vernina originally thought that it was enough to get rid of this fish that escaped the net. After the smoke and dust dissipated, she found that Han Xiao was unharmed and staring at her coldly. That gaze made her heart skip a beat. In Vernina's long battle life, she had fought with all kinds of powerful enemies and developed a sharp intuition. She could quickly discern the enemy's strength level. With just one look, she could tell that this was the gaze of a predator. Han Xiao's expression was terrible. He saw the information on the interface. The enemy's name was Vernina. She was a level 60 gunner who had reached the limit level in version 1.0. She was at the pinnacle level in Blue Star. Other than Bennett, this was the second highest level Blue Star character that Han Xiao had seen. However, she did not have as many molding talents as Bennett. Vernina, this name sounds familiar. Han Xiao had a vague impression of this name. There had to be a reason why someone of this level attacked a Maple official. Han Xiao was accidentally involved. He did not want to be a busybody. He could only admit that he was unlucky. Just as he turned around and was about to leave the scene with his hoverboots, Vernina fired again. Clang! A grenade hit the back of Han Xiao's head and exploded on the armor. It pushed him forward a few steps. Han Xiao's feet suddenly stopped. The next moment, the armor covered his entire body. He turned around and charged toward Vernina. He threw out his retractable machete and stabbed. The electromagnetic hoverboots were at full power. His charging speed was like a bullet. Vernina hurriedly raised the grenade launcher as a shield. Kill. The black blade passed through the grenade launcher, cut through the precise structure of the gun, and stabbed into Vernina's abdomen. Blood dripped onto the ground. Han Xiao let go of the blade and punched toward Vernina's temple with his fist. Vernina hurriedly raised her forearm to block. The moment the fist collided with her arm bone, she felt an irresistible force hit her head through her forearm. Then, she felt pain in her abdomen. Han Xiao had kicked her. "You forced me to attack." Han Xiao clenched his teeth. His eyes were about to spit fire. "I didn't want to talk to you, and you took advantage of me." After being beaten up so many times, he was furious. Vernina was shocked after being hit twice. She thought that this special agent was just a fish that escaped the net. She did not expect him to be a prehistoric shark. She was a legendary figure from the old era, but she was suppressed by a nameless enemy. The other party had shown signs of escaping just now. He did not seem to want to continue the fight, but he was provoked by her 2 shots. Vernina regretted it in her heart. She had provoked a strong enemy in a moment of carelessness. She could not be blamed for that, because the intelligence showed that Doris's guards were all normal people. She would never have guessed that one of them had been switched, and was unlucky enough to meet Han Xiao. He's not a martial artist, and he doesn't seem to have any special abilities. He's actually a mechanic. Vernina was shocked. She quickly distanced herself. The gun in her hands was very powerful, and her firepower was fierce. The mag of the past had to admit defeat in front of her. Han Xiao did not intend to shoot at her. He did not bring a sniper rifle this time. He only had 2 berserk eagles and some small machines. He chose to use the close combat strategy. He used the electromagnetic hover boots to close the gap between him and Vernina's agility, and then used his strength to suppress her. Gunners had high agility, and Han Xiao had the advantage in terms of strength. Chapter 188. The interface showed that Honus was also LV-60. Han Xiao felt that things were not as simple as they seemed. 2 people who had reached the peak of version 1.0 appeared at the same time, so something big must have happened. He might even be able to trigger a hidden quest. Furthermore, the names of these 2 people were very familiar, but he could not recall them immediately. In fact, Han Xiao did not want to cause any more trouble. He only wanted to complete the mission given to him by Bennett properly. However, he was dragged into this by accident, and it was not his style to not fight back. Han Xiao dragged the battle into melee range. Although Vernina was a cannon master, her agent subclass level was very high, and she also had melee abilities. The 2 of them exchanged blows, and Han Xiao had the upper hand with his strength. He never went easy on his opponent because of their identity, age, or gender. Vernina suffered quite a bit. The 2 of them were far stronger than normal people, and their strength was enough to break bricks and penetrate iron plates. The environment was destroyed, and the streets were full of potholes. There was even an overturned car that Han Xiao kicked into a tree. The surroundings were a mess. Dorothy retreated to the side. Because of the presence of the sniper, he did not dare to take the opportunity to escape. He watched the 2 supers fight in shock. Dorothy was very confused. Why did he not know that there was such a powerful super hidden among his guards? Was it a secret arrangement by the Special Task Force? A super of this level was more than enough to protect the highest leader. How could he be treated better than the highest leader? However, now, Dorothy could only hope that this hidden super would defeat the attacker. He was very nervous. Han Xiao was like a gangrene attached to the bone, and Vernina could not pull away at all. The passing time made her very anxious. This special task force is ridiculously strong. Maple's backup will be here soon. I'm being held back. Honus, help me quickly. He's too close to you, Honus said. He's very fast. There's a 50% chance of hitting you. Vernina was troubled. This mission should have been a success, but Han Xiao had messed up the entire plan. The intelligence clearly showed that Doris's guards were all normal people, but where did this person come from? Honus immediately made a decision. Retreat. However, at this time, sirens sounded, and police cars and special forces vehicles flew in from the distance. The sound of rotors sounded in the sky, and 2 helicopters circled in the sky, surrounding the 2 people fighting in the field. Maple's reinforcements arrived at the scene. It had only been 3 to 4 minutes since Dorothy was attacked. They lived up to their name. Vernina gritted her teeth and took 2 punches with her back. She used the force of the punches to run and crashed into the encirclement. The people of Red Maple opened fire, and the dense gunfire formed a barrage of bullets. Dodging left and right, she was amazingly agile. She found a safe route in the dense barrage of bullets. Occasionally, stray bullets would hit her, but they could only cause single-digit damage. Ordinary people using ordinary guns were almost no threat to people of her level. Seeing that Vernina was about to break out of the encirclement, Han Xiao grabbed a heavy sniper rifle from a SWAT soldier, activated Flaming Will, and shot Vernina's shoulder. Blood spurted out. She staggered, then accelerated and disappeared into the darkness, leaving behind a trail of blood on the ground. Part of the troops chased after her. Han Xiao threw away his gun and let out a sigh of relief. As the saying went, don't chase a cornered enemy. Don't chase a cornered enemy. There was no benefit in chasing them. It was enough to injure them, but they couldn't kill them. In the eyes of the people of Red Maple, I'm one of them now. But if I run away recklessly, I might be caught too. Han Xiao's eyes flashed. He stayed at the scene, waiting for the shocked police to stop paying attention to him. Then, he would find a chance to escape. More troops arrived and cleaned up the scene. Dorothy was surrounded, and a doctor checked if he was injured. From the conversation with the police, Han Xiao learned that Vernina and Honus had both escaped, which was within his expectations. Just as he was resting beside the car, a senior officer walked up to him and said with a deep voice, "I'm Lieutenant Colonel Danny. You did well to protect Mr. Dorothy's safety and didn't let the kidnappers succeed." Han Xiao continued his act and pretended to be calm. "It's my duty." Lieutenant Colonel Danny looked at the bumpy streets, and a hint of surprise flashed across his face. He said, "Angston, you joined the army 11 years ago. 2 years later, you were selected as a Special Forces soldier and trained for 3 years. You carried out 2 military operations before you were expelled from the Special Forces due to disciplinary issues and transferred to the Special Task Force to protect officers. Your resume is very ordinary, and you have never displayed the strength of a superhuman." Han Xiao shrugged. "People always change." Lieutenant Colonel Danny frowned. This was a very serious matter. This Angston had been hiding his strength, and his intentions were suspicious. He had to be thoroughly investigated, but now was not a good time. At this time, Dorothy approached and praised, "Well done. You saved me. I'll inform your leader and reward you." With the strength that Han Xiao had shown, Dorothy knew that he had to lower his status. Such a strong super was not like other ordinary soldiers who could be ordered around. Han Xiao sized Dorothy up and thought, what secret does this old official have to be targeted by 2 LV-60 people? What is the identity of the attacker? After expressing his gratitude, Dorothy looked at Lieutenant Colonel Danny with a serious expression. "The Intelligence Division is investigating." "Oh, they found it." Lieutenant Colonel Danny took the computer from his deputy, looked at it, and was stunned. Vernina, former Raylan agent, retired. She was active in the battlefield of the old era and was one of the shining legends of that era. She carried out hundreds of high-risk missions, including protection, assassination, infiltration, overthrowing the government, and so on. She has disappeared for decades and has reappeared today. Her threat level is the highest. Han Xiaoxin thought. If it was related to a legendary figure of the old era, it would more or less be related to Bennett. "Ah, I remember now." Han Xiao suddenly remembered where Vernina and Honus had appeared. The players had come into contact with these 2 names around the middle of version 1.0, and the way they appeared was more like an Easter egg. In the biggest shelter that Bennett had been in his previous life, there was a small hill with 3 tombstones. 2 of the tombstones were carved with the names of these 2 people. That's right, when the players came into contact with them, they were already dead. Bennett would occasionally stop in front of the 3 tombstones. If asked, Bennett would sigh and say that his friends and comrades were buried there, and they were all respectable people. From Bennett's words, the players knew that these 3 people were Bennett's old friends. They did not know anything else. Some players tried to trigger the mission but did not get anything. It seemed to be an Easter egg. However, the 2 people on the tombstones were still alive. Han Xiao felt that there was definitely a hidden storyline. Why would 2 LV-60 people from Bennett's generation want to deal with a Maple official? In the original storyline, why did they die? Who killed them? Lieutenant Colonel Danny suddenly raised his head and looked at Han Xiao. His eyes were filled with shock. This unknown guy had actually beaten back a legend of an era. He was even stronger than he had imagined. The special task force was hiding such a terrifying person, and the military did not notice. I must investigate this thoroughly. Lieutenant Colonel Danny was in a serious mood. With this in mind, Lieutenant Colonel Danny ordered the people to clean up the battlefield. However, in the blink of an eye, Han Xiao disappeared right under his nose. While the people around him were cleaning up the battlefield and were distracted, he quietly activated the Night Stalker ability, walked to the side, and decisively changed his face and slipped away. His level was much higher than the people present. Once he entered stealth mode, he was almost undetectable. Of course, if he wandered around in front of others, he would still be seen. After Lieutenant Colonel Danny realized this, he quickly asked the people around him. No one saw how Angus left. He was stunned. In that moment of distraction, Angus was gone. He ordered people to search nearby, but naturally, they found nothing. Lieutenant Colonel Danny was not confused for long. Someone found the real Angus lying in the garden of Doris's mansion. Only then did he know that this Angus was a fake. This method was used by the mysterious person who had sneaked into the mansions of other officials. The identity of the attacker has been confirmed. Then who is this intruder? Lieutenant Colonel Danny's heart was heavy. The intruder's strength was comparable to Vernina's. Which force did this monster belong to? Why did this ace-level combat power appear in the capital tonight? After knowing the truth, Dorsey was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. After all this time, it turned out that the person protecting him was also an enemy who had been following him. The two groups of enemies actually fought each other. It was like walking on the edge of hell, and in the end, he was safe and sound. Chapter 189. Deterrence, completed. You have received 120,000 EXP, plus 500 Blood Pact Society favorability. Current relationship, respected, 44-56,000. The Blood Pact Society was a subordinate force of the Darknet. Favorability could affect the relationship with the Darknet, just like how Han Xiao's favorability with Division 13 affected Stardragon's attitude toward him. According to Han Xiao's estimation, he still needed an opportunity to activate the Darknet, such as a mission. The higher the favorability of the subordinate force, the more it would affect the initial favorability of the superior force. This mission is not difficult. There are probably hidden benefits, like increasing Bennett's favorability. Han Xiao nodded. When he returned to the southern continent, he would have a place in the shelter's main mission. He was looking forward to it. After a busy night, Dorsey finally returned home under the protection of the new bodyguards. He could not hide his fatigue. When he passed by the study, he realized that the desk lamp was on. Just as he was about to turn it off, he saw a document on the table that he had never seen before. Dorsey's expression changed. He hesitated for a few seconds and slowly flipped through the document. The document was filled with evidence of his secret profits and his dark past. It was signed by the Darknet. The Darknet sends our sincere greetings to you. We wish you good health. Doris's face turned green. He immediately understood why the Darknet did this. It was only a matter of material support. He did not expect the Darknet to be able to find out about his opposition. He slammed the document on the table and gritted his teeth. This is too much. This is extortion. A bunch of robbers. If they could sneak into his house, it meant that they could also take his life. That person was from the Darknet. Everything that happened tonight was orchestrated by the Darknet. However, he did not dare to take revenge. If this information fell into the hands of his enemy, his political career would be over. He would definitely be abandoned by his backer. Without the protection of his political party, he would definitely be eliminated. As an official, he knew Maple's style the best. Dorsey immediately burned the document and collapsed on the chair as if his bones had been removed. Staring at the document that had turned into ashes in the fireplace, he was silent for a long time. This can't be made public. I'm not the only official who opposes funding the Darknet. The others won't be stupid enough to reveal it. Doris's eyes flickered. If everyone kept their mouths shut, this matter could be kept under wraps. No one would know, and it would become a secret between them. As long as they agreed to the material aid, the darknet would not do anything else. However, things were always unexpected. Of the 5 officials who were invaded, one was found dead, and his corpse was hidden in a cabinet. This immediately attracted a higher level of attention. The Secret Service personnel sealed off the official's mansion and thoroughly investigated the house. Han Xiao was scared to death at the time, so he wouldn't put up a file. Naturally, the intelligence agency didn't find anything. However, they had their own guesses. Out of the 5 people involved, only 1 had died. Why were the other 4 fine? What was the infiltrator's motive? The intelligence agency asked Dorsey and the other 3 if they had noticed anything unusual, but they all denied it. But at the same time, the intelligence agency found that the 5 parties had something in common. Not long ago, they had all opposed the proposal to fund the darknet. The darknet was the most suspicious. The infiltrator was able to fight with the legends of the old era and disappear in the blink of an eye. Red Maple's intelligence agency immediately locked onto the most suspicious target, the darknet's Black Phantom. If that was the case, the 4 of them must have lied. But why was the dead official killed? The doctor checked the cause of death and found that the dead official did not have any external or internal injuries. The cause of death was actually a myocardial infarction due to high adrenaline secretion. In short, he was scared to death. What did the dead official see when he was alive? Why was he scared to death? Did he see a ghost? What did Black Phantom do? Thinking about it, Red Maple's intelligence agent was terrified. What a terrifying assassination method. It's natural, not leaving any traces. God-level disguise. Unbelievable. The intelligence agent quickly recorded it down. Everyone in the underground world knew how difficult it was to deal with Black Phantom. It was almost impossible to find him. Red Maple's intelligence agency could only do their best and leave the rest to fate. They were mentally prepared for futility. Vernina was half-naked. She sat in the chair with her hands on the back of the chair and her chin on the back of her hands. Honnis was treating the wound on her shoulder behind her back. Beside him were cotton balls that were soaked in blood. Ding dong. Honnis finally removed the bullet that was embedded in the flesh and threw it on the plate. The pain made Vernina frown. She sighed and said, "I can't believe I failed such a simple mission. How embarrassing." While doing the stitches, Honnis said without raising his head, "Jirian's information is wrong. It's all his fault." Hearing that, Jirian threw the computer on the table. The page was the file of the Secret Service personnel around Dorsey. He scolded, "Bullsh**T, this is all the information I managed to get from Red Maple's archives. That strong enemy's name is Angston. Look at his resume. He's just a normal person. Who knew he hid so well?" Vernina put on her white sweater and combed her blonde hair. She said calmly, "With this failure, it won't be easy to kidnap the next target. That Angston is not easy to deal with." Jirian looked at the computer and was suddenly overjoyed. He said, "No, I have new information. The one we fought was a fake. He's not from Red Maple." "Who?" Honnis was surprised. "Seems like someone from the Darknet." Jirian typed on the keyboard and stole the information. "Darknet. Only Bennett and the other 2 old guys are strong. They're not the ones I fought. Does the Darknet have new blood? I haven't been paying attention to the underground for a while." Vernina was slightly surprised. She touched her shoulder. "He even left a bullet hole in me. He's not someone to mess with. We don't have any conflicts with him. We're just unlucky," Jirian scolded. "We just had to meet someone strong. Bennett really found a treasure. Asking directly is the fastest way." Honnis took out his phone. He had Bennett's number. The call went through. "Honnis. I didn't expect you to call me. Didn't you retire?" Bennett's voice sounded. Jirian said he needed my help with something important. "I owe him a favor anyway. Let's not talk about this. I have something to ask you." Did you send someone to Red Maple to do something? Honest explained everything. Bennett didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What a coincidence. I don't know if he's unlucky or you guys are unlucky. Who is he? Chapter 190. The fight was an accident. You know me, I won't take revenge. Honest shook his head. Let me guess, he's the Black Phantom who's been very active recently. He's the only capable one among the newcomers in your organization. Honest was stunned. So, it's the Black Phantom. Even though I'm retired and don't pay attention to the newcomers, someone has mentioned his name to me. This guy is not simple. Bennett, you've gained a capable helper this time. Bennett smiled but didn't say anything. Just like what Honest said, he also felt that he had found a treasure. When he first met the Black Phantom, his codename was still Mr. Black, and he was only a Scorpion-level assassin. Although his strength was not bad, he was still far from the top level. He seemed to be his fan and even gave him gifts that he liked. Therefore, Bennett gave him some guidance. At that time, it was just a casual thing to do and he didn't pay much attention to Han Xiao. However, in just a few months, Han Xiao had shocked the underground world with his battle results and jumped to the top 10 of the assassin list, becoming the well-deserved trump card of the Blood Pact Society. Bennett was very shocked by Han Xiao's rapid growth. Although they hadn't fought, Bennett could faintly feel that the gap between him and Han Xiao was shrinking rapidly. With the potential of the Black Phantom, he would grow into a capable helper sooner or later, and he would not be alone. The cooperation between the Black Phantom and the Darknet was in the honeymoon period, so Bennett attached great importance to him. Since he's your man, I want him to do something for us, Honest said. Bennett rejected. The Black Phantom is not my subordinate, so I can't order him around. The most I can do is ask for his opinion. Honest pondered. Okay, I hope to talk to him personally. That's not a problem. The call ended. Vernina was surprised. You want a stranger to join? Although he's strong, we know nothing about him. He's very strong. What's wrong with having one more helper? Plus, we don't need to keep what we're going to do a secret. Jirian was the initiator of the operation, and he agreed with Honest's decision. He snorted and said, what we are going to unearth is a big secret. The three of us don't have enough people. I have collected information for many years before I found a clue. No matter what, we have to figure it out. Honest said earnestly, you'll die of curiosity sooner or later. At dawn, Han Xiao returned to the Darknet safe house. Golden Fox and Ghost Blade had not slept all night. Seeing him return, Golden Fox breathed a sigh of relief. The mission is complete. Ghost Blade asked suspiciously. Did you follow my plan? Your plan is not feasible. Han Xiao shook his head and briefly explained the difficulties he had encountered during his infiltration. Ghost Blade's report had missed some details, and these details were extremely important. After Han Xiao's explanation, Ghost Blade realized that there were still errors and loopholes. He thought that he had collected the most detailed information, but these missing details were all pointed out by Han Xiao. He suddenly felt very embarrassed. Ghost Blade was originally very confident in his precise plan, but he realized that if he followed the plan, he would not be able to deal with the unexpected situation of the mission. Han Xiao, on the other hand, reacted on the spot and completed the mission smoothly. He acted as if he had just completed a small task. The difference made Ghost Blade feel very defeated and embarrassed. However, he realized that Han Xiao had no intention of blaming him at all. He did not care about what he thought at all. He was completely ignoring him. Furthermore, the truth was right in his face. Ghost Blade was embarrassed. He felt that Black Phantom did not care about what he thought at all. Provocation or respect, he doesn't care what I think. Ghost Blade was sullen. This feeling was like provoking someone, but that person simply treated him like air. He didn't even look at him. It was like punching cotton. Coupled with the difference in status and strength, it made him feel that his behavior of jumping up and down was very laughable. The feeling of being ignored was very uncomfortable. Ghost Blade felt like he was superfluous, and his heart was filled with anxiety. Although Han Xiao did not know the change in Ghost Blade's mentality, he could roughly guess. It was nothing more than arrogance and dissatisfaction. Then, he realized that reality had slapped him in the face and felt embarrassed. Han Xiao's heart was not affected at all. Everyone had their own thoughts, childish and crazy. Everyone had their own thoughts, but as long as they did not act on it, it would always be a secret. Therefore, Han Technician did not care about other people's emotions and thoughts. It was even more meaningless than rimless glasses. Regardless of whether Ghost Blade was dissatisfied with him or admired him, Han Xiao's mentality would not change at all. If one had to summarize the great mechanic Han's code of conduct, there was no better way to describe it than doing things his own way. This was the legendary stable aura. Golden Fox pursed her tender red lips. She had mixed feelings. The first time she saw Black Phantom was during the Manor Guard mission a few months ago. At that time, Black Phantom was just a Scorpion-level assassin, one level lower than her. But a few months later, she was still in the same place, while Black Phantom had risen to become the ace of the Blood Pact Society in a short time. He even had connections with the upper echelons of the Darknet. Golden Fox was very envious of Black Phantom's position, but she knew that she did not have the ability. If she could sacrifice her body to get Black Phantom to back her up, Golden Fox was very willing to do it, but he was not interested in her. But she could understand. What was wrong with a man being a little crazy? Ignoring the conflicted Golden Fox, Han Xiao opened the safe and took out the equipment stored inside. There was no need to stay in Maple any longer after completing the mission. He was about to leave immediately, but his phone rang. It was a call from Bennett. Han Xiao picked up the phone. "I've done what you asked me to do. Although there was a small accident, the wooden target is fine. I know you won't fail. I have another thing for you." Bennett said, "The enemies you met during the mission were actually my friends. You might have heard of them. Honus and Vernina, they were my contemporaries." Han Xiao pretended to be surprised. "Oh, what a coincidence. You didn't lose. You weren't this strong when I first saw you." Bennett sounded surprised. "Your improvement speed is beyond my imagination." "Are you calling to praise me?" Han Xiao said. "Continue, don't stop. I can still hold on." Bennett took a deep breath and suppressed the waves in his heart. "Honus asked me to tell you that he wants to ask for your help. As for the previous conflict, it was just a misunderstanding." "Ask for my help?" Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and he understood. The mission had come to him. In a more direct way, he had fulfilled the prerequisites to trigger this mission. He had legendary points, a high enough relationship with the Darknet, and was friends with Bennett. His level had reached the standard, so the hidden mission had come to him. The use of legendary points and relationship with factions sometimes led to NPCs coming to ask players to complete missions. Usually, the difficulty was high, and the rewards were high. The treatment of the mission coming to him was completely different from the treatment of the players who triggered missions everywhere. It was like the difference between asking for help and being asked for help. Therefore, players liked attributes like legendary points, and the game experience was great. "I can help, but I need to know the details." Han Xiao rolled his eyes and added, "Since they're your friends, they're my friends as well. Let's forget about this small conflict." Chapter 191. "Don't forget to return it," Han Xiao joked. Every time Bennett owed him a favor, his favorability would increase. Having a good relationship with one of the main characters of the planet would be of great help. The hidden storyline this time was obviously one of the hidden benefits. One had to know that Bennett's network was huge. Through Bennett alone, he could reach many people, and they were all powerful people. These people all had some good missions that could be triggered. After waiting for a while, Bennett transferred Honus' call. "Catcher." After the call was connected, both of them were silent. They could only hear each other's breathing. Honus spoke first. "I'm Honus. We've met once, last night. Bennett told me. I heard that you need my help. What's the matter?" Han Xiao went straight to the point. "It's about a secret that was buried in the dust of history. We found some clues, and I want to dig up this secret. Han Xiao was confused. He did not know what the secret was. You have triggered Blue Star Hidden Main Storyline Grade A Mission, New Era Origin. Han Xiao's eyes widened. A main storyline mission that no one has triggered before. Blue Star had 3 main storylines. 2 of the main storylines were the war between the Six Nations and the Germinal Organization, and the construction of the sanctuary. The hidden main storyline was discovered by the players, but it was not him who triggered this mission. He had no impression of it at all. This meant that no players had triggered it in his previous life. The hidden main storyline was a special type of mission. It required an opportunity to trigger, and it would affect the main storyline and faction environment, causing changes to the storyline. After playing so many versions in his previous life, Han Xiao had seen the hidden main storyline shared on the forums. Without exception, all of them had special effects on different civilizations and different planets. The first time Honus and the others appeared in front of the players, they were already dead. No wonder no one triggered it. Han Xiaoxin shuddered. Even 2 Blue Star Pinnacle level 60 characters had died. The difficulty of this mission was probably beyond his expectations. The waters within were unfathomable. The Grade A mission that he had given to deal with the Germinal Organization, Dust of the Fallen Seeds, was a branch of the main mission. The main mission that players received from different factions had different requirements. Naturally, the Six Nations mission was to destroy the Germinal Organization, but the Germinal Organization's mission was the opposite. Han Xiao's mission was special because he did not belong to any faction, but he was an enemy of the Germinal Organization. Therefore, the requirements and details were different, but the general goal was the same. As for this hidden main storyline mission, he knew nothing about it. Origin. Could it be that he wanted to trace the history of the planet? But, which event was this traced back to? The unknown made people fearful, but at the same time, it also made people curious. Han Xiao felt a tingling sensation in his bones. This was a feeling of excitement, anticipation, and excitement. He had always been a hardcore player of Galaxy who liked to discover the hidden elements. It was a secret that none of the players in his previous life had discovered. Accept. You have accepted, New Era Origin. Plus 10 Honus favorability, plus 10 Vernina favorability, plus 10 Jirian favorability, plus 10 Jiang Yuan favorability. Han Xiao was stunned. He knew who Jiang Yuan was. He was one of the names of the 3 tombstones, but who was this Jirian? Talk to Honus and listen to his introduction. The mission requirement was only this for now. Han Xiao was not surprised. This was similar to the cutscene when starting a mission. It's related to our attempt to kidnap Dorothy last night. He was personally involved in a secret plan back then, and this secret plan of Maple is one of the clues. Maple is a country with many secrets. When you infiltrated the officials' mansion, did you find it strange? Why were these officials protected 24 hours a day, but other countries did not have such a situation? Han Xiao nodded. I know about this. It was the Ulrich attack case many years ago. Yes, the Ulrich attack case. Honus told Han Xiao about the past. Ulrich was the minister of Maple at that time, and his power was similar to that of the prime minister. He was attacked in his home, and the attackers were not 1 or 2 people. Instead, they were a large number of civilians who obtained weapons from unknown sources. The civilians used gunpowder weapons to raze Ulrich's expensive mansion to the ground. Ulrich himself, his wife, and 3 children around the age of 10 were brutally murdered by the attackers. The whole process was recorded and posted on the internet, shocking the whole country and even the world. The reason was that Ulrich passed a bill that removed some of the original rights and benefits of the civilians and used the funds for a very ridiculous project. In reality, it was Ulrich's way of filling his own pockets. The corruption of the Maple officials was well known throughout the world. However, before the war broke out in the old era, Maple was known to be a gentle government. It was not a strong country. When the war broke out in the old era, the government implemented a high-pressure austerity policy. Most people expressed their understanding and tolerated the high-pressure management for the continuation of the country. Some even took the initiative to contribute. However, the Maple officials got a taste of the benefits. In addition to the pressure of the country's power after the war, they did not return to the previous relaxed system after the war ended. They continued to squeeze the civilians from all aspects, such as taxes and labor, to replenish the country's power. Therefore, the internal conflicts became more and more intense, and the once gentle social environment was gone forever. The people who did not live as they wished were like springs that were pressed to the bottom. Their hearts were filled with thick dark clouds, and a thunderstorm was brewing. The bill passed by Ulrich became the fuse that ignited the public's resentment. 31 minutes after Ulrich was attacked, the special forces received the order to kill all civilians who participated in the attack without mercy. The whole country was in an uproar, and this was the beginning of a storm in Maple. If it was before the war in the old era, this would be a huge scandal that could cause the collapse of the government. However, in the new era where power was not regulated, the other 5 countries did not have any intention of interfering. After the war, everyone in the world was in danger. There were no more human rights organizations and power alliances like before. The structure of the world changed, and the balance was broken. The economic system almost collapsed, and resources and military power became the only standard to judge a country's power. Maple felt that the public's opinion was no longer important, and there was no need to serve the people like before. Now was the time for the people to serve the country. Coincidentally, there were many things waiting to be done after the war in the old era, so it was a good chance to change the structure of the country. Therefore, they chose a radical approach. The attack that shocked the whole country was a wake-up call for the Maple officials, and they decided to take back the weapons in the hands of the civilians. The Maple officials had never been so united before. They passed 24 strict laws in 2 days with extremely high efficiency. The lightest law was to protect the officials 24/7. There was even a crazy law that required people to be categorized into different classes, and there was a law that required people to be removed from the big cities on a regular basis. Therefore, the trial of the attack took a strange route. The Maple government publicly stated that the attackers were not normal civilians. There was a secret reactionary organization in the country that planned this attack, and the source of their firearms was the best evidence. Chapter 192. Maple's handling of the assault case became the biggest scandal of that year. However, under the suppression of military power, the country's structure was reconstructed, and it became a country with a different style. The people were divided into pyramids, but there were no stairs between the social classes. The people could not see hope in life, so they just ate and waited for death. Under such a high-pressure environment, resistance groups were really born. However, this was no longer the era of cold weapons. The level of weapons the country possessed was like a natural barrier that could not be crossed. If there were no external interference, it was almost impossible for there to be an end where the sky had fallen. Furthermore, Red Maple regularly cleaned up threats, and the people went from fear to numbness. The assault case started with a small group of violent mob venting their anger, and ended with more people being punished. It was a perfect example of an ant trying to shake a tree by throwing an egg at a rock. The anger of the common people was not as good as the anger of the emperor. It directly led to the transformation of Maple's social structure into a dictatorship, and the stability of the ruling class. The source of change for a peaceful government was war. The pressure of war was too much for the Maple government to handle, so they had no choice but to shift the pressure onto the people. Then, things got out of hand, just like how it was easy to go from frugal to extravagant, but hard to go from extravagant to frugal. The people were the foundation of a country, just like the components of a machine. When the country was overloaded, the components would age and break down at an accelerated rate, and the people would lose their youth. However, as long as the components were replaced, the machine could still function. Only the components that could be replaced were damaged, and the abandoned components formed the carriers of the era. Han Xiao was interested. He liked the history and stories of civilizations. After Honis finished, he thought about it and said, "What does this have to do with the secret you mentioned?" "What I want to say is that war changed a lot. I went through the darkest and most chaotic period. Many people were controlled by ideology, mission, and honor, and became tools of slaughter, but they still thought that it was a noble mission. Only a few people woke up, like Bennett, and he became a hero. However, the era that needs heroes is never a good era. There are dirty schemes behind the war, and they want to be buried as a secret forever. However, we want these buried things to see the light of day again. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. What good does this do for you? No, but the living beings of this world have the right to know what they have been through, and not be kept in the dark and let these schemes be buried at the bottom of the box by the big countries and become a secret that will never be opened. I don't think that just because we came into contact with an interstellar civilization, the originally stable situation will shatter overnight. I don't believe that a so-called internal friction theory can start a war. There must be a mastermind behind the scenes adding fuel to the fire. Han Xiao said, every country has its secrets. That doesn't seem strange. Honnis smiled. Since we have come to a new era, the world should have changed. The rules are changing, so why should we follow the common sense of the past? Furthermore, I owe someone a favor. That person has a strong thirst for knowledge. He suggested this operation, so I joined in. From their tone, it seemed that this group of people were anarchists who had died an unnatural death in his previous life. This mission was really deep. Han Xiao did not ask any more questions. After thinking about it, he agreed to join. No matter what their intentions were, at the very least, this was an extremely rare hidden mission. It would be a waste to reject it. Honnis requested to meet. Both parties were in the same city. Following Honnis' directions, Han Xiao found their safe house. Everyone met and sized each other up. Han Xiao glanced at Honnis and Vernina, then looked at Jirian. He was the most curious about this person. While he was sizing up the three of them, Honnis and the others were also staring at him. This was the rumored Black Phantom. You're pretty good, Vernina said in a calm tone. Although we just met today, I owe you a favor for coming to help, Honnis said. There are many people who owe me a favor. Congratulations on joining the family bucket. Han Xiao said casually, so what do I need to do? The three of them looked at each other. Jirian took out a stack of files and said, the clues are hidden in years of information. I spent a long time to find some clues. It's very complicated. We need to work together. Han Xiao browsed through the files, and the interface finally changed. New Era Origin. This mission is a series of chain missions. You can complete the following objectives: the end of the dying man, in Xingfeng City, Raylan, find a person named Old Devon and obtain the incomplete copy of Sully 485 file from him. The key to the lost, in the ruins of the capital of Shishan Nation in the southern continent, coordinates, find a lost key item, additional item appearance. This is the result of the last research project of Shishan Nation before it was destroyed. Mysterious prisoner. A few decades ago, a Star Dragon intelligence agent was captured and imprisoned by a country. That country has since perished, but the intelligence agent was imprisoned in an unguarded secret prison. No one has ever found him. If you find him or his belongings, the coordinates of the site are in the northern continent. Fellow traveler. A lone traveler who lives in the wilderness and keeps some precious information. According to intelligence, he recently appeared near the Mourner's Valley in the western continent. Be careful. He is not an ordinary person. He was once active in the old era battlefield. Friendly contact is recommended. This is the first round of the mission. As long as you complete one of the objectives, you can complete the mission. The number of objectives completed will determine the requirements of the next round of the mission. First round reward, 350,000 EXP. Additional rewards will be given based on the mission rating. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. This type of mission had a high degree of freedom. It was similar to the Faction Series mission, but this main storyline was obviously more complicated. Furthermore, it was a chain mission. The completion of the previous round would affect the requirements of the next round. This kind of mission is usually open-ended. Every round will lead to different clues, leading to different endings. Generally speaking, The more targets completed, the better, and the higher the rating. Han Xiao had done this kind of mission before, so there were many possibilities. It was like walking in a maze. To reach the exit, one had to obtain as much information as possible. Honus and the others ending in his previous life meant that this mission had a high-risk ending. The mission reward was indeed the main storyline. Just the basic reward for the first round was already 350,000 EXP. Furthermore, the additional rewards were very likely to be random items, skills, or talents. However, the mission was too complicated. The locations were spread across 3 continents, which would consume a lot of his time. As expected of a grade A mission. Han Xiao frowned. He was a little troubled. Let me try. No matter what, he had to accept it first. Jirian nodded. I'll leave these missions to you. The 3 of us have other missions. Honus and the other 2 were all powerful people from the old era. Their mission was definitely not simple. Han Xiao decided to ask the Dark Net to help pay attention to them. After receiving the mission requirements, Han Xiao left the safe house. How is it? Is he trustworthy? Vernina asked. Honus shook his head and then nodded. We don't know much about him. Let's see what he'll do first. The information I gave him is mixed, Jirian said. It's only 1/10 of the clues I have. It'll be best if he can complete it. If he has any other thoughts, we have nothing to lose. It's just some unverified information anyway. Chapter 193. This hidden main storyline seems to be related to unearthing history. Logically speaking, it shouldn't have much of an effect, but since it's a main storyline, will I be able to unearth some shocking secret? Han Xiao thought to himself as he walked on the streets. No matter what the secret was, it was his mission now, and he had plenty of opportunities to explore it. Of course, the most important thing was the reward. The mission in Maple had been completed, so Han Xiao left on the same day. Threatening the officials in Maple had led to a secret manhunt by the intelligence agencies in the entire city. Since he had killed an official with a miraculous assassination technique, the manhunt was very intense. Since they were from the same organization, Han Xiao left together with Golden Fox. Ghost Blade was reluctant at first, but the situation was dire, so he had no choice but to compromise. However, Ghost Blade did not like the feeling of being protected by others. His mood became even more gloomy, and he gave off an oppressive aura. After successfully leaving Maple, Han Xiao bade farewell to the 2 hesitant people and rushed to Fabian's transport plane without stopping. The players in the Western Continent's novice village were all waiting for him to show up. They could not wait to receive his favor, or rather, his presence. The forums were in an uproar. The players who were waiting for Han Xiao were worried that Han Xiao would not come. They were all superstitious and started posting comments on the forums to pray for Han Xiao's arrival. There were even 300,000 comments. Han Xiao was worried that he would be drowned by the sea of people. It was really scary. There were also players who were bored and started to joke. Young man, did you drop this black phantom, this white phantom, or this yellow phantom? You're an honest child. To reward you, pay up and learn a skill. Sure, look, what did I find? There's a lone black phantom here. We can try to catch it. A black phantom can provide us with energy for a few days, but it's not easy to deal with. We have to approach it slowly from behind. Don't make any noise. Ah, I've been discovered. Help, it wants to eat me. Kevin, run. Black Phantom used Death Stare on you. The effect is outstanding. Finally, the Han technician arrived at the 3rd novice village in the Western Continent. There were a sea of players waiting for Han Xiao's arrival, more than any other novice village. As soon as he appeared, players swarmed over like an avalanche. If one didn't know better, they would have thought that it was a plague of locusts. Han Xiao looked at the level of the players. The average level was already LV10. On the level ranking on the forums, the highest level was already LV18. There were hundreds of people at the same level, and Maple Moon was one of them. With the help of the great mechanic Han, she was the biggest winner of the prize pool mission. However, the other players also had their own opportunities. There were many people of the same level, but most of them were foreign players from other novice planets. Blue Star was the default home of the esports clubs in China. However, they had the least number of players at the top of the level ranking board. Han Xiao was very upset about this. "You guys are disappointing. Give me some strength." However, he glanced at the sea of people in front of him, thought about it, and said righteously, "What's the use of leveling up fast? Being able to fight is the most important thing." Yes, there was nothing wrong with that. Other than the players from the big guilds who specialized in leveling up the level ranking board, no one would do that. Leveling up fast at the beginning would get slower and slower as time went on. Han Xiao had the EXP limit for issuing missions. If he wanted to train a player, he could make that player grow faster than everyone else. However, he wouldn't do that, at least not before the players reached LV20. Before LV20, energy training method was the most popular, and this was a huge profit. As usual, he taught skills, and players swarmed over. Staying in the novice village to harvest EXP was also a form of relaxation for Han Xiao. He had time to browse the forums. On the forums, the popularity of the inhuman phenomenon was through the roof. Not only on Blue Star, but also on other planets. The players were treated differently. On the magic planet, they were studied by the wizards, and they were discovered to have excellent magic talent, learning ability on the player panel. They were actually able to join various magic academies. On the ancient planet, they were considered to be messengers sent by the gods and were worshipped. On Winterfrost planet, the players were the safest. The demon race was not interested in their revival ability at all. When they saw the Void Demon race's battleships traveling in the universe and using gravity traps to capture the asteroid belts around the planet to collect resources, everyone felt that the reaction of the demon race was normal. The strength of the players was like a pile of ants to the extinguished army. Who would care about what an ant looked like? Of course, it was also possible that the demon race was used to the revival ability. No one could be sure. After all, it was all guesswork. The planets mentioned above were all very lucky, but Blue Star was one of the unluckiest planets. The NPCs were very afraid of the players, and the players were captured, studied, sliced, and brainwashed. This treatment was exactly the same as the old slaves in Africa. It was inevitable that there would be complaints. Based on this and the situation of Blue Star, the players of Blue Star had a new guess. Black Phantom was probably the game company's compensation to them, so that's why the other planets don't have people like Black Phantom. Only we do. Luckily, we have Black Phantom. Otherwise, we would be dead meat. Seeing such comments, Han Xiao smiled. His efforts were not in vain. Looking at the eyes of the players, his smile became even brighter. His expression was like an old farmer looking at his harvest. Blue Star's inhuman phenomenon had reached a critical moment. All the major forces were contacting the players. Among them were the gentle ones like Stardragon and Hessler, the cold-blooded ones like Raylan and Ordina, and the other warlords and financial groups were also taking action. This was not without convenience. At least the players did not have to run around and had the opportunity to join a faction. This was indeed what the players did. Most of the players joined the Six Nations. In Han Xiao's previous life, most of the players joined the Germinal organization. Now that the Germinal organization's bases were all destroyed, they could only stay in the main camp and capture the local players. It was miserable. Their numbers were 70 to 80% less than in Han Xiao's previous life. The inhuman phenomenon also caused another change. The players became interested in teasing the NPCs and became curious babies who liked to ask questions. They also liked to do some outrageous things to see the NPCs' reactions. The players were having fun, but in the eyes of the NPCs, their actions were extremely strange. All the major forces wrote this slogan in the Inhuman profile. Inhumans are generally mentally ill. Their behavior is unpredictable. They can do anything. You can't understand them with normal thinking. Han Xiao saw the slogans of these forces on the darknet and did not know whether to laugh or cry. There was another slogan that made him almost cramp up. After testing, Inhumans have genders, but they do not have genitals and reproductive abilities. The game did not allow players to strip naked. In the eyes of the NPCs, it was like their underwear had become a part of their body. This made them very confused. How could there be people who looked like that? Han Xiao almost laughed himself crazy. He could already imagine how the various large organizations had discovered this. Unable to reproduce, so the Inhumans could be ruled out as a new race. Of course, it could also be that the reproduction method was completely different from what Blue Star knew. There were also all kinds of speculations about the appearance of the Inhumans on the darknet. Han Xiao realized that the long-abandoned religion seemed to be on the rise again. It said that the Inhumans were the messengers sent by God to save the world. Religion and superstition were always full of holes and could be linked to any phenomenon. Some players had the idea of teasing Black Phantom. Since Black Phantom was a new guide, would he be like the other NPCs and have a strange reaction? Teasing NPCs was a very fun thing to do. Black Phantom, your name is Han Xiao. You used to serve in Stardragon and are now a member of the Darknet. Am I right? A player with the ID Flying Mantis Prawn suddenly said. He had seen the video of Bunhitdog beating up Bunhitdog, and he had an idea. He wanted to see what would happen if he exposed Bunhitdog's identity in front of Black Phantom. Black Phantom would not know that his identity was exposed. When he saw a stranger expose his identity, would Black Phantom lose his composure and be shocked? Chapter 194. The onlookers all looked at Flying Mantis Prawn with admiration. This was a true warrior who dared to face death head-on. Then, they all stepped back and stood further away, afraid that they would be splashed with blood. Han Xiao was very clear about the source of Flying Mantis Prawn's information. This was the influence of Bunhitdog's video. Leaking some information to arouse the curiosity of the players about his mysterious identity and increase his fame was something that he had tacitly allowed. The leaked information was not important to Han Xiao. Players were not NPCs. They did not have a huge information network and did not have key information. Knowing his real name was useless. On the contrary, the more the video spread, the more his influence would increase. Therefore, Han Xiao had already guessed that there would be players who would ask him directly. He just nodded calmly and did not say anything else. Flying Mantis Prawn was stunned. This was completely different from what he had imagined. How could Black Phantom be so calm when his identity was exposed? Did Black Phantom not care at all about strangers knowing his identity? Or, in a place that the players did not know, Black Phantom's identity was no longer a secret. Therefore, this method was useless. Flying Mantis Prawn was frustrated. Black Phantom was too stable. He did not feel like he had any weaknesses. The onlookers looked at each other and became even more curious. What kind of person was he? Flying Mantis Prawn did not give up. He asked again, I want to join the Germinal organization. Do you know how to do that? Everyone knew that Black Phantom was the enemy of the Germinal organization. He asked this on purpose. Hey, young man, are you provoking me? Han Xiao did not say anything and directly reduced his favorability by 3 points as a punishment. Flying Mantis Prawn's face turned green. This reaction was too direct. There was no warning at all. Han Xiao suddenly had a new idea. Since he had a certain amount of influence among the players, maybe he could guide them in choosing a faction. Therefore, he paused and said, the war is about to break out. The Germinal organization will definitely lose. If you want to commit suicide, it's up to you. If you want to join the Darknet, I can write a letter of recommendation. If you want to join the Germinal organization, get lost. Everyone was excited. Black Phantom finally had a different reaction. He even said something that they did not know. They whispered among themselves. Expedition? The 6 nations and the Germinal organization are going to war. He definitely knows more than we do. His judgment is definitely reliable. Then, joining the Germinal organization is a huge loss. The players were in an uproar. Only the people from the Andrea continent had joined the Germinal organization. Han Xiao's words would soon be posted on the forum, and those who wanted to join the Germinal organization would give up on that idea. He would not let go of any opportunity to attack the Germinal organization. He had not been stirring up trouble recently, and the Germinal organization seemed to have been living peacefully for a while. He could not tolerate it at all. The player noticed another important point. He mentioned the darknet. That's a hidden force, right? Can he let us join the darknet? Han Xiao smiled. He opened the shop page that he hadn't seen in a long time and added a new item. Faction recommendation letter. You can use this item to open the Blood Pact Society faction. Note: the Blood Pact Society is an assassin organization under the darknet. Price: 250,000 aquamarine dollars 250,000. Everyone was dumbfounded. To them, this was a sky-high price. No one could afford it. Originally, joining the Blood Pact Society required one to undergo a series of missions and tests. However, Han Xiao had cut them off. With his relationship with the darknet, it was only a matter of words for him to introduce some players to join. A few months ago, Han Xiao had bought the Blood Pact Society certificate from Antonio for 200,000 aquamarine dollars. He had increased the price by 25% based on that. After all, it was inflation. He felt that it was a reasonable price increase. With such a high price, normal players would naturally be dissuaded. Han Xiao's original intention was not to sell it on a large scale. His target customers were the professional players from the clubs. Only with the financial support of the big guilds could they afford such a price. Professional players were the type of players who were most willing to use any means to become stronger. This plan could attract professional players and help him expand his backup team. Of course, the main reason was to make money. It's not enough to just have cheap skills and normal goods. I also need luxury goods with sky-high prices to enrich my product structure, Han Xiaoshan said. 250,000 aquamarine dollars was a sum that most guilds could not afford. However, they were rich and could buy other players' aquamarine dollars through real-life currency. Let's see how many guilds can wake up to the benefits of joining a new hidden faction. He was now Taigong Han's bait. Those who were willing to take the bait. Unbelievable, the most expensive item so far. Black Phantom, Germinal organization will lose. Posts with such titles appeared on the Blue Star forum and immediately attracted the attention of the players. Seeing the sky-high price of 250,000 aquamarine dollars, they were all stunned. Wow, is this faction gold-plated like Blood Pact Society? I wonder what it does. The price is ridiculously high. What's so special about this faction called Blood Pact Society? Have you heard of this faction before? This person was just asking casually and did not expect someone to really reply. I triggered the Blood Pact Society's joining mission. It's very complicated and difficult. It's introduced as an assassin organization. Currently, I don't know what benefits it has, but to me, spending 250,000 just to skip the prerequisite mission is not worth it. The sky-high price of 250,000 aquamarine dollars caused a lot of discussion. The average wealth of players now was around 3,000 to 5,000 aquamarine dollars. It was not too difficult for guilds to gather 250,000 aquamarine dollars. After all, the number of players was constantly increasing. However, most guilds felt that it was not worth it. 250,000 aquamarine dollars for a aquamarine dollar letter was too extravagant. The situation was not clear yet, so they decided to wait and see. Han Xiao had influence among the normal players, but the guilds had always been rational and considered everything from the perspective of profit. Other players were playing games, but they were doing business. Compared to the sky-high price of the aquamarine dollar letter, the players paid more attention to Han Xiao's news that the Six Nations and the Germinal organization were about to start a war. After playing for a few days, the Blue Star players all knew that the conflict between the Six Nations and the Germinal organization was the main storyline. However, the war had started without warning, and it was an expedition, which meant that the battlefield would be in the Andrea continent. Many players had not even chosen a faction, and their strength was not enough to participate in the main storyline mission. In the original storyline, the war was supposed to start a few months later, and there would be local battles in every continent. Players from all over the world could participate. However, after Han Xiao's intervention, the war was not only brought forward, but it was also an expedition from the start. He felt that the impact that the players could cause was minimized. Most importantly, most players had not triggered the main storyline mission between the Six Nations and the Germinal organization yet. Black Phantom said that the Germinal organization would definitely lose, which made many people stop. Players liked excitement, and there were many who leaned toward the evil faction. There were also many who wanted to join the Germinal organization. However, this time, Han Xiao's influence played a role. These players started to waver. If they chose the Germinal organization, they would have to bear the risk of being destroyed. If that was the case, they would rather choose the lawful faction of the Six Nations. Only the embrace of the strong would be warm. One sentence made the Germinal organization lose many potential supporters. Han Xiao's influence on the players grew as he built his own image, and his position in the hearts of the players was strengthened. His words would be treated as key information in the game by the players. Chapter 195. Han Xiao had seen the impact of the information on the forum, and it was just as he had expected. He had once again tricked the Germinal organization, and they did not even know who was messing with him or what went wrong. Sneaking around and doing bad things made him feel good all over. However, the faction recommendation letter was not popular, which surprised Han Xiao a little. He thought about it and knew the reason. This was determined by the current economic situation of the players. Although the guilds could gather 250,000, the risk was not small. If the recommendation letter was not effective, it would greatly slow down their development. This meant that the price he set was too high at this time. When the average wealth of the players increased, the risk of buying the recommendation letter would decrease. Only then would the guilds try to buy it. With this price, it will take a long time before the first person to try it appears. Han Xiao bit his nails and fell into deep thought. The best way is to lower the price, but that is impossible. It does not exist. Then, I can use the promotion strategy and give some other benefits in the recommendation letter. The first thing that came to Han Xiao's mind was the favorability reward. For example, he would give some favorability points when buying the recommendation letter. Favorability points were used as a prerequisite for high-level equipment in the shop. This was part of the profit chain. He felt that it was not appropriate to give favorability points as the highest favorability points were only 100. The higher the favorability points, the more he would cherish them. He would only give 10 favorability points to normal players at most, and it would not exceed that. He could not let the players get it easily. If he used it on the recommendation letter, it would not be attractive if it was only 1 or 2 favorability points. If it was too much, it would be disadvantageous to him. Then, how about giving them equipment? As soon as this idea popped up, Han Xiao pushed it back down. He would not do such a thing. If he wanted to be a qualified businessman, he definitely could not be so conscientious. Recently, he had merged many new blueprints, but there were no finished products, so he could not sell them. As for the potions, now was not a good time to sell them. The market for some potions with percentage bonuses would only expand when the players' levels were higher. Professional players who wanted to compete were the best target customers. Just as he was thinking, an unexpected notification appeared on the interface. Source of the Grouper Plague, completed. Requirement 1. Find the source of the plague. Completed. Requirement 2. Stop the spread of the plague. Completed. Requirement 3. Cure all the plague victims. Incomplete. You have received 60,000 EXP plus 400 Black Pine Settlement favorability. Han Xiao was stunned. This mission was left to Mad Blade, Furious Sword, and Pork Bun. They had completed it. As expected of the person I've taken a fancy to. Han Xiao laughed. Mad Blade and Pork Bun were both around level 15. This quest was a little difficult for them. Although they did not complete it perfectly, it was still a pleasant surprise. After all, Han Xiao had not interfered with this quest from the beginning. This meant that the reward was completely free. Wait a minute. Han Xiao's eyes lit up. He was suddenly inspired and thought of another way to promote the recommendation letter. Mad Blade, nice one. Han Xiao chuckled. This mission was completed in time and reminded him at the critical moment. It was simply like sending charcoal in the snow or an urn in the fire. At this time, the players in the novice village were learning energy training technique, one after another. At the same time, they were all amazed by the astronomical price of the recommendation letter. The string of zeros made them dizzy. Han Xiao suddenly said loudly, "The torrent of the times carries everyone forward. The truth that has been buried in dust will always be forgotten by those who cannot stop moving forward. I need some trustworthy people to help me with something." As he said that, he wrote new missions according to the 5 mission objectives of the hidden main storyline, New Era Origin. The end of the lingering ones, the key to the lost, the dusty past, the mysterious prisoner, and fellow traveler. New Era Origin was too cumbersome. If Han Xiao were to do it, it would waste a lot of time. Furthermore, this was only the first round. Han Xiao decided to split the mission objectives and share them with the players. This way, he could save time and reap the benefits. Mad Blade's success proved his idea. It turned out that he could also receive rewards when the players completed the mission. Just like an evil capitalist, he used benefits to attract others to work for him. However, he still earned the most. Furthermore, Han Xiao also indicated that this was a main storyline mission. This could further increase his status among the players. An NPC who gave out the main storyline mission, damn, that must be an important person. This was probably what the players would think. When the players saw these missions, they were shocked. Then, it turned into ecstasy. It was as if they had reached a climax in an instant. Main storyline mission. Oh my god. This is another main storyline. There are so many rewards. Quickly accept the mission. However, the players found that the mission was grey and could not be accepted. They were shocked. Why can't I accept the mission? Why can't I accept it? Their doubts were quickly solved. They noticed that the mission actually had a prerequisite to buy a recommendation letter. That's right, it was that black-hearted. The players were speechless. What was there to play? 250,000, who the F***CK could afford it? Looking at the players whose emotions were fluctuating and whose expressions were like impotence and constipation, Han Xiao secretly smiled. Due to the limit, his main storyline mission could only be given out in limited amounts. He could only choose to go the elite route. The target he wanted to attract was the professional players. Since the professional players had the support of the big guilds, he could use them to promote the recommendation letter and bundle the sales. Want the main storyline mission? Sure, buy my recommendation letter. Don't want to spend money? Then how can you become stronger? Professional players were willing to use any means to grow. They would never give up on the main storyline mission. Furthermore, Han Xiao had another reason for doing this. Normal players were not good enough and might cause him to fail the mission. Professional players, on the other hand, were more skilled and had the support of the big guilds. They had helpers when doing missions, so naturally, they were more reliable. The rarer something was, the more valuable it was. He also added a key message in the mission introduction, saying that there was a chance to gain Black Phantom's favor and that there was a chance to unlock his hidden storyline by accepting the mission. The examples of Mad Blade, Pork Bun, and Maple Moon were not attractive enough. There were very few professional players who accepted the mission. Perhaps they thought that triggering the hidden storyline depended on luck, so they did not pay much attention to it. Han Xiao decided to give them a strong dose of medicine and let the professional players see a channel that had a higher chance of triggering Black Phantom's hidden storyline. Great strategy this time. This is a stone, so many birds. Grandfather Han was very satisfied. Little guys, I don't believe that you won't take the bait. The forum had the function of a chat room. At this time, a password chat room was flooded with people, and the notifications kept ringing. Jade Green Sky has entered the chat room. Jupiter has entered the chat room. Morning Snow Twilight Frost has entered the chat room. I Cry Your Mother Collapses has entered the chat room. More than 10 people entered the chat room. They were all famous guild leaders in China. They knew each other and had a small circle. Is everyone here? Drizzle River's guild leader, Green Sky Rain, was the first to speak. I Cry Your Mother Collapses said, "Not yet." This sentence had a double meaning. Nine Doors Guild's guild leader, 339, asked, "Where's Old Chi? Can you help him?" Forget it. That kid spams the screen every day. Don't even think about talking about business with him around, Chrysanthemum Floor's guild leader, Cowherd Star, said. Who booked the room? What business are we talking about? Jupiter asked. Jade Green Sky interrupted, Yo, isn't this one of the top esports players? I heard that Protoss has not been doing well recently. Trash Guild leader, when are you going to be fired? I'll go to your club and set off firecrackers to celebrate. Jupiter, F***ck off. Morning Snow Twilight Frost sent a funny smiley face. I Cry Your Mother Collapses said, Green Sky Rain, the pillar of thunderstorm, Rainy Jiang, has been very active recently. Can you help me get an autograph? Green Sky Rain, 3,000 for one, no deal. F***ck, are you robbing me? Don't you have any awareness of being a good guild leader? Cowherd Star interrupted, my autograph is free, do you want it? I Cry Your Mother Collapses said, F***ck off, your autograph is too hard to wipe my ass with. If it's Yaroiro's autograph, I might consider it. Yaro 7 strings bell. Don't try to please me, I didn't come in. Cowherd Star was not happy. Morning Snow Twilight Frost sent a funny smiley face. Jupiter, stop joking, let's talk about business. I'm very busy. Jade Green Sky, forget it, you're just a mascot. Jupiter shouted, get out of here. I Cry Your Mother Collapses said, okay, I'll pull the topic back. You all saw the post on the forum, right? It's about the main storyline mission of Black Phantom. Yes, I saw it. What are you trying to say? Let's pool the money and let the pro players take on the main storyline mission of Black Phantom. You want to share the risk, right? But only one person can take on the mission. Why don't we pool the money ourselves? No, what I mean is, we can cooperate and suggest that the pro players form a team to complete the mission. It's a healthy competition. Jade Green Sky, that's not a bad idea, but I need to ask for the team's opinion first. Cowherd Star, if I join, the club will definitely have no objections. 3-3 gets 9, I get both, Smiley Jade Green Sky said, aha, I remember now. The pro players of the Temple of God are all in the southern continent, right? We won't be able to meet Black Phantom anymore. You can't play with us, Jupiter, quickly kick him out. This guy is now a spy sent to gather intelligence. Jupiter, spicy skin, Jupiter has left the chat room. Chapter 196. The players in this novice village were almost all harvested. Han Xiao counted his experience happily. It was another big harvest. However, until now, no one had come to buy the recommendation letter. But Grand Duke Han was not arrogant and was very patient. The news of him releasing the main storyline mission had caused a huge commotion on the forum. Sooner or later, someone would take the bait. There's only one novice village left. Maybe I should drag it out and give those big guilds time to raise money, Han Xiaoshan said. At this time, two players approached together. Their IDs were Windchaser and Dragon Tail, and they attracted the attention of the surrounding players. They were players from the Nine Gates Club and the Fanatics Club, and they were quite famous. Han Xiao's eyes lit up. Finally, the pro players were here. Black Phantom, we want to buy the recommendation letter, Windchaser said. Okay. Windchaser and Dragon Tail were sponsored by the guilds under the clubs. A team was the face of a club, and as professional players, they had this privilege. The two of them took out 250,000 each. The surrounding players craned their necks and looked envious. They had never seen such a huge amount of money before. There are actually people who can afford it. The big guilds are really rich. No wonder the pro players are better than us. If I had such resources, I could be a pro player too. You think just anyone can sign a contract with a club? A player suddenly had an idea. We'll be rich if we steal their money. Don't be stupid. Not to mention that the pro players can kill you. Even if you really get it, the guilds will definitely chase you to the ends of the earth. Maybe Black Phantom will kill you first. Everyone was discussing. With 500,000 in his account, he wrote the recommendation letter on the spot and handed it to the two pro players. Han Xiao told them about a darknet stronghold in the Western continent and said, "You can join the Blood Pact Society if you bring my letter there." He paused and said, "I seem to be able to trust you. There are some jobs here. Are you willing to help?" "That's what I'm waiting for." Dragon Tail could not wait to accept the mission. After accepting one, he wanted to accept another, but he was notified that he could only accept one mission in the series and could not accept other missions at the same time. This was set by Han Xiao. One recommendation letter for one mission. F***CK, I can only accept one quest. I thought I could accept all the quests. Ferocious Dragon Swings Its Tail was dissatisfied. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and said indifferently, "It's fine if you don't want to do it." Ferocious Dragon Swings Its Tail immediately shut up. If he didn't accept the mission, wouldn't he be wasting his money? Windchaser could only helplessly choose the same mission. The two clubs cooperated and formed a team to complete the mission. Fortunately, the Mighty Dragon Swings Its Tail mission was in the West Continent. If you can complete this mission, I might have more things that I need your help with. Han Xiao hinted that if he wanted to unlock his hidden storyline, he had to complete this mission first. The professional players raced against time and left immediately after receiving the mission. Of the 5 mission targets, 2 were in the West Continent, 2 were in the North Continent, and 1 was in the South Continent. He had to make sure that someone would accept all of them. It just so happened that all 3 continents were on his itinerary. Although the main mission was of A-rank difficulty, this was only the first part of the mission. Han Xiao separated the main mission into small missions of D-rank difficulty. He could afford it with the amount of experience he gave out. When the difficulty gets higher in the later parts, I might not have enough experience points. Han Xiao felt that he needed a channel to increase his experience points. There was no hope for him to level up now, so he could only start from the faction and legendary level. Windchaser and Mighty Dragon Swings Its Tail are normal professional players. They didn't seem to have a particularly good battle record in my previous life. I'll observe them for now. Han Xiao was very strict with his choice of backups. He didn't pull them in every time he saw a professional player. Fanatics and 9 Gates announced that their players had bought the recommendation letter on the forum. It was equivalent to advertising and increasing the fame of their clubs. Many players were watching and cheering for them. Because of the advertisements of the 2 clubs, Han Xiao had also indirectly gained fame. It was conceivable that in the future, the clubs that bought the recommendation letters would follow suit, and Han Xiao estimated that he would gain fame on the forums many times. Without stopping, Han Xiao came to the last novice village in the Western Continent. While harvesting experience points, there were also new professional players who squandered their guild's wealth in exchange for the opportunity to accept missions. The ordinary players could only watch with envy. The other main mission in the Western Continent was also accepted by a professional player. Han Xiao was finally relieved. He leisurely sold his skills and paid attention to the forum and dark web. Hey, Galaxy Times has published a new issue. The subtitle is Pro League Formation. Han Xiao was excited. He had been paying attention to this program and immediately clicked on it. "Hello, players," the male host said. "This is Galaxy Times, dedicated to sharing first-hand game information and protecting your gaming career. Xiao Chun, I've been very anxious recently," the female host said. "What's wrong, Chocho? I've fallen in love with a man. He doesn't talk much, and is handsome." He's cold and aloof, but he never looks at me or talks to me. Don't worry, I think you're a perfect match for him. The female host was pleasantly surprised. Really? Of course, he's cold and aloof, and you're short and hot. It's a perfect match. It was the same awkward joke at the beginning of every episode. This style made Han Xiao feel so familiar with it that he almost peed his pants. The bullet screen was filled with ridicule and ridicule. There were many players who watched Galaxy Times. It had been less than a month since it started broadcasting, and it had already become an authoritative program in the eyes of the players. After all, it had an official background and had a lot of first-hand information. After chatting for a while to liven up the atmosphere, the male host said, "Okay, let's get back to the topic. Today's program will analyze the hottest inhuman phenomenon and the movements of the professional players. We also invited Li Ji to the studio. Don't leave." The content of the program was still very detailed. At the beginning, it went through the current progress of the players on each planet and commented on the level rankings. Now, among the players, the highest-leveled Vanguard is approaching the level 20 mark. Level 20 will be the first advancement. I don't know who will get this honor, but the first player to successfully advance will be recorded in the history of the game. Then, as you can clearly see, among the players at the top of the level rankings, there are basically no professional players. Among them, there are the most Japanese players. As everyone knows, Japan's base is planet Loni, where technology and magic coexist. The Crystal Civilization is at its peak, and it's very suitable to take on missions to level up. France and America also have a lot of players, but there are not many Chinese players on the list. Oh, I saw an old acquaintance, Maple Moon. You remember her, right? When the open beta started, she received more than 100,000 EXP. That was also the first prize pool mission that all the players had encountered so far. Speaking of Black Phantom, he has been attracting the attention of the players on planet Aquamarine since the beginning of the game. Recently, there have been new developments. He has been appearing in the newbie village to provide guidance and benefits. Not long ago, he showed another main storyline mission, and the prerequisite is an extremely expensive item worth 250,000 aquamarine dollars. If players from other planets want to understand the concept of price, you can go to the exchange rate board and see the amount of resources that can be exchanged for 250,000 aquamarine dollars. Chapter 197. The male host suddenly changed the topic. Recently, a phenomenon has sparked widespread thought and discussion. The NPCs in the game have shown great curiosity due to the characteristics of the players. Every novice planet has a different reaction, such as the Chosen One phenomenon, the Inhuman phenomenon, the Genius phenomenon, and so on. This can't help but feel surprised and excited. It's as if the NPCs have independent thoughts and are not as inflexible as in other games. If every NPC has an independent logical thought, the calculation capacity will be terrifying, but Galaxy uses the latest generation of photon processors, and no one knows its limits, the female host said. The comments flew up, and the spectating players made one guess after another. The NPCs had independent thoughts, and the freedom of interaction was almost the same as in the real world. It was too novel. The two hosts read the script and summarized the different phenomena of each planet. They only made some guesses in the program. From the player's point of view, they could only know the attitude of the NPCs they came into contact with, but they could not know the secret reaction of each organization. However, Han Xiao knew that the recent Darknet intelligence was almost all about coming into contact with Inhumans. The increasing number of players was already pressuring the major organizations. The major organizations all agreed that if the number of Inhumans kept increasing, there would be endless hidden dangers, and it would cause a huge impact on the overall situation. However, they could not find a way to suppress the growth of the Inhumans. Luckily, the Inhumans were weak and easy to control. At this time, the major organizations of Blue Star had not discovered the characteristics of the rapid growth of the players. Before LV-20, their combat power was still in the range of normal people. Han Xiao shook his head helplessly. When the players' levels are high, these organizations will be stunned. The topic of the inhuman phenomenon came to an end. The male host said, "We have invited Li Ji to be our guest." "Hello, Li Ji." The second god of China, Li Ji, appeared in the camera. He sat in the middle of the hosts with a smile on his face. Galaxy Times often invited top players for interviews to share information and opinions. The female host asked Li Ji what he thought of the inhuman phenomenon. "I feel that this is part of the game's plot, to increase the player's immersion and sense of reality. When I was playing, I often had the illusion that this was the real world. I think this is the experience that the developers want to give us, the feeling of being a special part of the real world. Every experience is random, and there are very few similar events. It is very novel and exciting. I am very optimistic about the future of Galaxy." The male host said, "Speaking of the future of the game, our station has received first-hand information. The International Esports Association has confirmed that they will host the first Galaxy Pro League and allow countries to hold secondary competitions. What do you think about this?" "It's probably the feeling that I haven't lost my job." Li Ji smiled. "Seriously, all the esports giants from all over the world have joined Galaxy. They will definitely be preparing for it. I think this will be a fierce battle. I hope I can lead China to a good result." The bullet screen became densely packed. The formation of the Pro League made the players very excited. This was going to be a big event. At the same time, the bullet screen was mixed with comments from fangirls such as "Li Ji is so handsome and my husband is so cute. The competition has been established. The professional players need to prepare quickly. Do you have any experience that you can share with us?" Li Ji thought about it and said, "Us pro players need to allocate EXP according to the characteristics of our abilities. We don't rush to level up. We need to play it safe and familiarize ourselves with the controls at every level to train our skill. That's why there are almost no professional players on the level leaderboard. Oh, there are a few in Japan. Everyone knows that they are very prideful. We professional players need to grasp every opportunity to grow. Recently, our Blue Stars Black Phantom has become very famous. I think I will try my luck too, provided that he returns to the southern continent." Li Ji was helpless. The rest of the program was mostly chit-chat. After watching it, Han Xiaoshan said, "The Pro League has been established. All the big clubs will hurry to prepare. My customers will probably increase." Li Ji said that he would look for him too. This was the second best player in China. Han Xiao did not even have the qualifications to meet Li Ji in his previous life. But now, Han Xiao had the right to decide whether to let him be his backup. Li Ji, "We'll see when the time comes." Frenzied Sword and Bunhit Dog were doing missions in Black Pine. Black Pine was not a place for players of their level, and the missions were very difficult. However, Frenzied Sword was a professional player after all, and his skill was there for all to see. He also had the equipment that Han Xiao had provided him, so he was doing very well and was growing very quickly. Through the various missions at Black Pine, he had obtained new equipment and new skills. However, in Mad Blade's heart, these things could not fill his heart. Instead, they made him feel even more empty. Thinking of Han Xiao, Mad Blade's heart was filled with longing. Only by following him could he understand the true meaning of life. Compared to that, the missions at Black Pine were not attractive at all. When will he come back? Mad Blade was very melancholy. Outside the quarantine area at Black Pine, Lu Cheng looked surprised. He said to Mad Blade, "To be honest, you surprised me. You successfully stopped the plague." Mad Blade was unhappy. Pork Bun pulled him aside, and he came back to his senses. He answered absent-mindedly, "Oh." At first, when Black Phantom left the two people behind to help solve the plague, Lu Cheng did not think much of it. However, he soon realized that the two people were really useful. Their ability to revive meant that they were not afraid of infection. They could do many things that researchers did not dare to do. The plague in the settlement stopped spreading with the help of the two people. The mild cases were cured, and the number of people in the quarantine area decreased significantly. Lu Cheng had always been very surprised by the Inhumans' characteristics. He also asked the garrison in Green Valley Town to study those refugees. Now they were called Inhumans. He contacted some of his friends from other forces and found out that Inhumans were everywhere in the world. As the Inhumans' range of activities expanded, even the Six Nations could not hide it from the civilians. As their levels increased, the players in the novice village gradually explored the map. Many people left Green Valley Town, and some of them came to Black Pine. Lu Cheng tried to use the method that Han Xiao taught him to treat the Inhumans as mercenaries. He was surprised to find that Han Xiao showed him a way. Reward? Bun Hit Dog reminded Lu Cheng, who was distracted. Mad Blade looked at Pork Bun with disdain. When doing missions, he did almost everything alone. Pork Bun was leisurely recording at the side like a big boss. He even had the face to ask for rewards. Lu Cheng laughed and asked his subordinates to give the promised rewards to the two of them. Counting the money and equipment in his hands, Mad Blade studied the attributes description seriously. The Pro League had been formed, and he felt the pressure. Whenever he had time, he would study battle techniques. Pork Bun was very casual. He was browsing the forum. Suddenly, he said in surprise, Black Phantom is doing something new again. He can even give out main storyline missions. Why didn't he mention this to us? We triggered his hidden storyline. Why didn't we get this treatment? Mad Blade's face tightened. He said in a deep voice, when he comes back, he will definitely give us the main storyline mission. Where did your confidence come from? Pork Bun was suspicious. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.